Excellencies, colleagues around the stage, may I kindly request you to take your seat to start our afternoon session. I thank you.
It would have been good if I could. Yeah. Your Excellencies, good afternoon. We are going to start our afternoon session. I have the honor and privilege to chair this session. So we will be listening to statements from heads of delegations, from member countries and also partners. The list I have in front of me, the first speaker will be His Excellency Mohamed Jallow, who is the Vice President of the Republic of Gambia. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, if you are ready to take the floor is yours. Please, that side.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to extend to you all warm fraternal greetings from His Excellency President Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, whose government has placed high priority on tackling climate change. On behalf of my delegation and on my own behalf, let me extend our heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and the government and people of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality we have received since our arrival in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to join African leaders and representatives at the second Africa Climate Summit, convened under the critical theme, Accelerating Global Climate Solutions, Financing for Africa's Resilient and Green Development. Climate action and climate finance are critical to the search for smart solutions to the global climate crisis. Africa continues to be heavily impacted by climate change, but financing the continent's resilient and green development remains woefully inadequate. We are living through another year of records, another year where rising global temperatures temporarily breach the 1.5 degrees Celsius survival limit. There is no ambiguity in climate science, and it is proven that Africa contributes the least to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it remains the most climate vulnerable region in the world. Excellencies, we must move beyond fragmented pledges to a coherent system that delivers predictable, accessible, and just climate finance, as reaffirmed in recent regional declaration. At the same time, we must recognize and correct the persistent imbalance between mitigation and adaptation finance. Africa must not be silenced on this matter. We must continue to engage our partners in constructive and candid conversations and dialogue. We also need an international we must continue to engage our partners in constructive and candid conversations and dialogue. We also need an international provision that ensures adaptation funding is delivered at scale, at speed, and costs our nations can afford. Let this summit be the springboard for unified African voice ahead of COP30 and other global platforms. Let us foster an Africa where green development is not a compromise, but a powerful engine for prosperity, job creation, and social equity. In closing, let me reaffirm that the Gambia, joining other African countries, is ready to lead. The Africa Environment Summit is also our moment to turn pledges into projects, strategies into services, and promises into progress. Together, let us ensure that accelerating global climate solutions becomes Africa's greatest gift to itself and the world. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. I now would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Philip Mampango, the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania. That's
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to start by conveying warm fraternal greetings from Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, whom I have the honor of representing. And on behalf of the government of Tanzania, I extend sincere appreciation to the African Union Commission and the government of Ethiopia for convening this second Africa Climate Summit. As we may recall, the first summit held in Nairobi in 2023 gave rise to the Nairobi Declaration, which set Africa's common position on climate finance, adaptation, just energy transition, and green industrialization. It delivered a clear message that Africa is not only vulnerable to climate change, but also a source of solutions and a partner in global climate action. It is therefore inspiring that this second summit follows the same footsteps, advancing Africa's priorities ahead of COP30, G20 summit, and beyond. This summit's theme, which is accelerating global climate solutions and financing for Africa's resilient and green development, resonates well with Tanzania's priorities and realities as the country grapples with the negative impacts of climate change on its economy, livelihoods, and ecosystems. Such impacts include unpredictable rainfall, droughts and floods, rising seas, and saltwater intrusion that impact agriculture and aquaculture. Energy, health, and water systems are also under strain, strengthening hard-won development gains. The government spends an average of 2 to 3% of its GDP to mitigate and build the resilience of communities, which is a lot for a country which is struggling with other pressing needs. Tanzania is already geared towards tackling this challenge. Guided by Vision 2050, our nation aspires to achieve sustainable livelihoods, renewable energy development, and low-carbon industrialization. Climate resilience and green growth are central to its vision, which aligns with Africa's broader climate and development agenda. In practical terms, Tanzania is advancing key initiatives such as the National Environment Master Plan 2022 to 2032, which provides a framework for climate action and resilience across sectors, and the Transformative National Clean Cooking Strategy 2024 to 2034, which targets reducing deforestation and emissions while improving lives. Energy transition is another pillar of our efforts. Tanzania is scaling up renewable energy through hydropower, solar, geothermal, and wind, while also using natural gas as a cleaner transition fuel to support industrialization, as well as implementing the clean cooking energy strategy, which aims at 80% of households adopting clean cooking solutions by 2034 for climate, health, and gender benefits. This balanced approach expands access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy while lowering emissions. We are proud to have hosted the Mission 300 Africa Energy Summit in Dar es Salaam last year, where leaders, the World Bank, and the African Development Bank pledged to accelerate energy access. And in that summit, Mission 300 was launched in April 2024, seeking to provide electricity to 300 million people in sub-Saharan Africa by 2030. Tanzania remains committed and looks forward to working with all stakeholders to advance this continental ambition. At the same time, the Blue Economy Policy in Zanzibar and the Blue Economy Strategic Framework on the mainland strengthen sustainable use of ocean, coastal, and inland water resources, supporting jobs and resilience in fisheries, marine transport, and tourism. Excellencies, despite these steps, Tanzania, like many African countries, experiences limited fiscal space to bridge the widening climate financing gap. Africa contributes less than 4% of global emissions, yet bears the greatest climate burden. Without urgent and scaled-up support, our aspirations for resilience and green development remain at risk. We therefore call on global partners to deliver on their commitments, especially in terms of providing new and predictable finance, double adaptation finance as agreed under the Paris Agreement, and operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund with adequate resources. Equally, the global goal on adaptation must be prioritized, ensuring adaptation is treated with the same priority as mitigation in the global climate regime. Tanzania also has the honor of chairing the African group of negotiators as we prepare for COP30 in Brazil. In this role, we work tirelessly to coordinate Africa's common position and ensure priorities, finance, adaptation, loss and damage, and just transitions are at the center of negotiations. A successful COP30 must deliver ambitious, inclusive, and equitable outcomes. We extend our full support to Brazil as COP30 president and look forward to close collaboration to ensure the conference delivers for Africa and the world. Tanzania will continue to amplify Africa's voice, build bridges, and work for meaningful outcomes that reflect both Africa's needs and its potential as a partner in global solutions. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, together, let us seize this moment to accelerate global climate solutions and ensure financing for Africa's resilient and green development. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this very insightful statement. Now I would like to invite Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opuku-Egma, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, to take the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished guests, I'm honored to represent my president, John Dramani Mahama of Ghana, at this gathering. Talking about climate change, I want to start by making a statement that I think we all know. One is that climate does not respect borders. Interventions regarding climate should be a shared responsibility. We cannot focus country by country, although that is also important. It is also to go on to say that climate change affects too many things, from migration, nutrition, security, well-being. The list is endless. I wish I had long time, but I don't. The problems that this change brings affects too many things. In Ghana, for example, we are seeing, for example, that the Volta Basin is losing a lot of its water. It's specifically about 24% reduction by the year 2050. This is very, very serious. We've also noticed that climate change has slowed down agricultural development. Sea levels are rising. But having said all of this, it doesn't mean that we are here only to complain. We are here to share what we are doing and to learn from others too. Apart from tree planting, we've gone over 35 million, and we are looking to do more. We have also spent a lot of money to protect our coastal communities. We are introducing and advancing climate-smart agriculture and the Feed Ghana program, which are all interventions to ensure that we can become self-sufficient. In fact, Ghana has introduced Africa's first national green finance taxonomy to guide investments towards sustainable and climate-resilient progress. So the point I'm trying to make is that, yes, we are being disproportionately affected, but we are also trying to take the action. For example, Ghana holds the Climate Vulnerable Forum, which is very important to us, and it shows our commitment to addressing the challenges of climate change and debt sustainability. We'll come to that in a minute. For the next 6 years, for example, the V20 countries will be forced to allocate some $700 billion towards the payment of external sovereign debts and other charges. This burden threatens our balance of payments and erodes the fiscal space that governments need to protect our citizens and invest in our future. We urge immediate action to break the vicious cycle where debt and climate change compound each other. And in order to do that, we make a few recommendations. One, we are recommending the extension and renegotiation of all debt payments in order to reduce the amount of money to be used just to service debts. Two, we're also recommending lowering interest rates to 1.3%, and this will result in saving some 37% of our reduction. And we consider these to be very, very important. And all of these arise because we are seen as risk. We need to review all of that language. We are also recommending debt pauses that lead to targeted review and whose mechanisms are inspired by insurance practices. Debt for resilience and debt for climate swaps, we recommend could unlock investments for our people. We are looking for a global guarantee facility to make the swaps possible, crowd in private capital, and strengthen effective credit-enhanced restructuring. Colleagues, we know that it is not every country that may be heavily indebted, but we know that many of us face severe budgetary demands. The high cost of capital and limited fiscal space are affecting essential services, and these include health, education, infrastructural development, and social protection. We must redefine the debt growth pathway. Debt should be repurposed into an instrument for growth and not remain only a constraint. It should generate jobs and teach us adaptability. We should not see this as one more opportunity to bring us further into debt because we are trying to solve a problem. This requires economic reforms economic rules that prioritize growth over austerity. We are proposing these strategies to mobilize resources, foster collective action, and transform climate risks into bankable opportunities. We call on all multilateral development banks, donors, credit rating agencies to align with this vision, because we know that your partnership is crucial. Together, we can transform debt from a vicious cycle into a system that invests in our people, protects our planet, and secures a future that we can all share. I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Madam Vice President, for sharing with us Ghana's experience on how best we can protect our environment, promote clean energy, and sustain development. Now on my list, I have His Excellency فخامة السيد موسى الكوني نائب الرئيس لجمهورية ليبيا. فخامتك عندك الكلمة، تفضل.
I will give this talk on behalf of Mr. Al-Koni, the Vice President of Presidential Council in Libya. My name is Ibrahim Munir, the Minister of Environment in Libya and the President of AMSEN. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, allow me first to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and to its gracious people for hosting this important summit and for the warm hospitality and excellent organization we have all experienced. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of climate change is no longer a purely environmental matter. It has become an existential challenge that touches the very core of human life, affecting our food security, our health, and the right of every person to live in dignity. Our beloved continent, Africa, is among the regions most affected by climate change, despite the fact that it hasn't been a major contributor to this global crisis. The tragic events in the Libyan city of Derna, caused by Storm Daniel, stand as a stark reminder of the devastating human toll of climate-related disasters, where thousands of lives were lost in a catastrophe that shook us all. Climate change also manifests in other serious challenges: accelerated desertification, water scarcity, and the loss of biodiversity, all of which directly threatens sustainable development, social stability, and even peace and security across our continent. Excellencies, confronting these challenges requires us as Africans to unite our efforts and strengthen our solidarity so that we may present a common front at the upcoming Global Climate Summit in Brazil. Our unity is our strength, our strength and our collective voice is the key to ensuring that our demands are heard and our rights are upheld. At the same time, African nations must continue to advance their own efforts to reduce emissions, adopt national and regional policies for climate adaptation, promote renewable energy, manage natural resources sustainably, and foster innovation and scientific research. Yet, while we are committed to doing our part, the greater responsibility lies with the major industrialized nations which bear the historical responsibility for climate change. We therefore call for increased financial and technical support for African countries, enabling us to adapt to climate impacts and to pursue sustainable development without forcing our people to bear the cost of crisis they didn't create. Distinguished participants, Africa has the will, the capabilities, and the immense natural resources to be part of the solution, not merely a victim of the problem. But we need fair partnership and concrete support, partnerships that place climate justice at the heart of international policy. In conclusion, this summit is an opportunity to show the world that Africa is a continent capable of facing challenges and shaping a better future for its people, a future built on solidarity, justice, and sustainable development. Thank you.
شكرا ليبيا على هذه المداخلة القيمة. Now I would like to invite His Excellency, the Right Honorable Mr. Russell Miso Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency Mohammed Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Majesty King Mswati III and Her Majesty Ndlovukazi, the government and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini, I bring warm greetings and heartfelt appreciation to the African Union Commission and the government and the people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this historic summit. We commend Your Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed for your visionary leadership in environmental stewardship, exemplified by Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative, which has mobilized millions to plant billions of trees and restore degraded landscapes, inspiring a continental movement towards economical renewal. We also convey our solidarity to all African nations as we unite under a common purpose to safeguard our shared future from the escalating climate crisis. I further express our deep gratitude to our gracious host for the warm hospitality and courtesies extended to the Eswatini delegation since our arrival in Addis Ababa. Excellencies, Africa contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet we endure the heaviest consequences of climate change, erratic rainfall, prolonged droughts, devastating floods, and the disruption of our agricultural systems. The Kingdom of Eswatini, like much of the continent, has not been spared. Our rainfall-fed agriculture, which sustains the livelihoods of over 70% of our population, is increasingly threatened by unpredictable weather patterns, water scarcity, soil degradation, and biodiversity loss, placing immense strain on our rural communities. As detailed in our National Climate Change Policy of 2016 and our updated nationally determined contribution submitted to UNFCCC in 2021, Eswatini is committed to an economy-wide emissions reduction despite our minimal contribution to global emissions. We are also advancing our initial adaptation communication to the UNFCCC, which outlines comprehensive actions such as flood control measures, ecosystem-based adaptation through the Eswatini Environmental Fund, and efforts to achieve land degradation neutrality by 2030. Yet, like the rest of Africa, the Kingdom of Eswatini refuses to be defined solely by vulnerability. We believe that our resilience, innovation, and unity will chart the course for a sustainable future. Drawing from our national development strategies and aligned with Africa's collective climate agenda, particularly the aspirations of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, which envisions a prosperous, inclusive, and climate-resilient continent, we are committed to homegrown solutions. This aligns with the continent's potential to lead in global climate action, emphasizing fair and equitable allocation of resources, especially for nations that have contributed the least but suffer the most, while harnessing opportunities for rectification both regionally and globally. Our response embraces nature-based and technology-based solutions. The Kingdom of Eswatini has prioritized watershed management, community reforestation, and sustainable land use practices to safeguard our ecosystems and enhance biodiversity. We are investing in climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy solutions, including solar and hydropower, and integrated water resources management to strengthen our adaptive capacity. In line with the African Union's call and initiatives such as the Africa Renewable Energy Initiative and the accelerated partnerships for renewables in Africa, we are empowering local communities, especially women and youth, to take ownership of these efforts. We also support the continent's ambition to scale up renewable energy capacity to 300 gigawatts by 2030, as outlined in the draft Addis Ababa Declaration, to drive green industrialization, create jobs, and ensure universal energy access. Ambition alone cannot close the gap. The IPCC's sixth assessment report has made clear that Africa requires nearly $3 trillion to meet our nationally determined contributions by 2030. Yet climate finance flows remain grossly inadequate, falling short at just $30 billion between 2021 and 2022. The Kingdom of Eswatini joins the call in the draft declaration for transformative climate financing, moving from aid to strategic investments in local innovation. We need equitable access to finance, reform of global funding mechanisms, including multilateral development banks to increase concessional finance and African representation, and debt instruments that enable climate action without burdening our economies. We emphasize the operationalization of the fund for responding to loss and damage, the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, and high integrity carbon markets through initiatives like the Africa Action Plan on carbon markets. Unilateral measures such as the European Union's carbon border adjustment mechanisms must not penalize developing African countries, potentially costing Africa up to $25 billion annually by 2030. We further emphasize that a just transition for Africa must recognize our unique context, focusing on adaptation, resilience, and energy transitions. Energy transitions should not leave our people in the dark. They must create jobs, strengthen local value chains, and ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. For the Kingdom of Eswatini, this means harnessing our potential in solar and hydropower while protecting the livelihoods of those dependent on traditional energy sources. We call for international support to implement key continental initiatives, including the Africa Single Electricity Market, the Continental Power Systems Master Plan, and the Africa Clean Cooking Program to achieve an equitable global energy transition and raise Africa's share of renewable energy financing to at least 20% by 2030. The Kingdom of Eswatini believes that the outcomes of this summit, the Addis Ababa Declaration, and the accompanying call to action must be actionable, measurable, and fully aligned with Africa's broader development goals, including the African Union's 2025 theme of justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. We must leave Addis Ababa with a united voice ahead of COP30, G20, and the UN General Assembly, speaking not as victims of climate injustice, but as architects of global solutions. This summit structure, focusing on nature and technology-based solutions on day one, adaptation and resilience on day two, and climate finance on day three, provides a robust platform to unify Africa's voice and catalyze reforms in global financial systems. In the spirit of our African values and the Dinkundla system of governance, which places people and communities at the center of decision-making, the Kingdom of Eswatini commits to working with all member states to ensure that climate action is inclusive, equitable, and driven by the needs of our citizens. We pledge to support the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge and other mechanisms to channel catalytic finance towards youth-led enterprises and nature-based solutions. Let us remember, Africa's climate resilience is not just essential for our survival, it is indispensable to global stability and prosperity. Together, we can transform this challenge into an opportunity for green growth, shared prosperity, and climate justice for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Prime Minister, for your statement. J'aimerais maintenant inviter Monsieur le ministre 𝗢𝗬𝗬𝗏, ministre des Relations extérieures de la République d'Angola, à venir prendre la parole. Il représente Son Excellence M. João Lourenço, président de la République d'Angola et un président en exercice de l'Union africaine. Tout de suite après son intervention, il pourra venir également modérer cette session, puisque je serai obligé de partir assister à une autre réunion sous la présidence du président William Ruto dans une autre session. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez la parole.
Si le président ne soit pas effrayé par le volume de mes papiers, je ne lirai pas tout. Excelência, Presidente da Comissão, Mahmoud Yusuf, presidindo a nossa reunião, distintos convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, todo o protocolo observado. Permita-me transmitir as calorosas saudações e Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola e Presidente em exercício da União Africana, e o povo angolano, as autoridades do Governo da República Democrática Federal da Etiópia e o seu estimado povo, e claro, a todos os participantes aqui presentes. Aproveito a ocasião para expressar a nossa profunda gratidão à República Democrática Federal da Etiópia por acolher este importante evento, pelo caloroso e a hospitalidade que foi, portanto, reservado à delegação angolana desde a nossa chegada aqui nessa bela capital da Etiópia, Addis Ababa. Excelências, os desafios ambientais que enfrentamos, nomeadamente as alterações climáticas, a desertificação e a degradação dos solos provocam a perda de biodiversidade, a desflorestação, a poluição, agravando assim as crises hídricas que colocam em risco a vida humana e os meios de subsistência de milhões de famílias africanas, com impacto imediato na economia do continente. Excelências, a delegação angolana reafirma o seu compromisso com os princípios e as metas da primeira Cimeira do Clima em África, decorrida em setembro de 2023 em Nairobi, República do Quênia. A declaração dos líderes em Nairobi sobre as alterações climáticas realçou a necessidade de investimentos positivos para o clima que promovam uma trajetória de crescimento e ancorada na indústria preparada para transformar os países africanos a alcançar um grau de estabilidade médio nas suas economias. Às vésperas da 30ª sessão da Conferência do Estado Partes da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre as Alterações Climáticas, COP30, é inegável que o continente africano continue a ser desproporcionalmente afetado pelos efeitos adversos das alterações climáticas, apesar de África ser responsável, aliás, por apenas cerca de 4% das emissões globais de gases com efeito de estufa, o continente continua em desvantagem ao acesso ao financiamento climático e à participação equitativa no comércio global. Concordamos com o que disse hoje Sua Excelência, o Primeiro-Ministro da Etiópia, que a África não criou a crise, mas tem as soluções. Tomamos também boa nota da candidatura da Etiópia para albergar o COP32 em 2027. Temos a certeza que o continente irá apoiar essa candidatura. Neste contexto, é essencial que a África esteja pronta para liderar, agir e colaborar com todos os parceiros, assegurando que o COP30 corresponda às promessas da Convenção Quadro e do Acordo de Paris por meio de sua implementação efetiva. Excelências, defendemos, por isto, uma abordagem baseada na cooperação regional, no diálogo multilateral e na capacidade do continente africano de se posicionar estrategicamente nas negociações internacionais, influenciando assim políticas e promovendo um desenvolvimento sustentável que respeite a integridade ambiental. É nesta conformidade que a República de Angola tem vindo a desenvolver e implementar políticas ambientais robustas e ações concretas no âmbito da luta contra as alterações climáticas, entre as quais se destacam a Estratégia Nacional de Alterações Climáticas 2022-2035, as contribuições nacionalmente determinadas de terceira geração, com as metas ambiciosas de mitigação e Adaptação até 2035, o sistema de medir, reportar e verificar iniciado no setor elétrico, com mais de 285 megawatts de energia solar fotovoltaica em operação. O canal de Cafu, um investimento de 130 milhões de dólares que assegura a água e resiliência a milhares de famílias no sul de Angola. Os projetos comunitários que integram a adaptação e ordenamento agroecológico e empoderamento das mulheres rurais, bem como outros projetos em preparação a serem submetidos antes do COP30, que são o Plano Nacional de Adaptação e o Observatório Climático Ambiental. Excelências, a África necessita de mais de 3 bilhões de dólares até 2030 para enfrentar a crise climática, tendo recebido apenas uma fração deste valor. É neste âmbito que defendemos a reforma da arquitetura financeira internacional para reduzir os custos de financiamento climático. Excelências, reiteramos a posição africana defendida durante a 20ª sessão ordinária da Conferência Ministerial sobre o Ambiente, defendendo a recapitalização do Fundo de Perdas e Danos através de mecanismos de financiamento inovadores para fazer face às necessidades dos países em desenvolvimento de acordo com as necessidades estimadas de financiamento inovador que responde às necessidades concretas dos países em desenvolvimento. Excelências, salientamos que os povos desenvolvidos honrem os compromissos assumidos no apoio aos programas de adaptação em África e em outros países em desenvolvimento. A missão de ação terá um impacto severo e irreversível na vida, nos ecossistemas e nas economias. Para concluir, renovamos o nosso apelo à comunidade internacional para a construção de uma parceria justa, eficaz, que assegure um futuro climático resiliente para todo o planeta, com especial atenção ao continente africano. Muito obrigado.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Vous pouvez venir par ici. Vous n'allez pas vous échapper. Your Excellencies, Minister Tete Antonio, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Angola, Chairperson of the Executive Council of the African Union, is going to take over the moderation of this plenary session. And I would like to apologize because I will have to rush to another meeting presided over by President Ruto. So I wish you fruitful deliberations. Minister Tete.
Voilà, je prends le train en marche, donc je donne la parole au Tchad. Le Tchad, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le ministre angolais de l'Environnement, représentant le président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, honorables délégués, mesdames, messieurs, tout protocole observé, c'est un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole devant cette assemblée distinguée. Au nom du maréchal du Tchad, 𝗢𝗬𝗬𝗏, président de la République, chef de l'État et du peuple tchadien, je voudrais en premier lieu exprimer notre gratitude à notre pays hôte et aux organisations, notamment l'Union africaine, pour cette rencontre décisive. Elle illustre notre détermination commune à agir face au plus grand défi de notre temps, qui est le changement climatique. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, le Tchad est au cœur du Sahel, une région où les effets du changement climatique se font sentir avec une intensité dramatique. La raréfaction de l'eau, l'érosion des sols, notamment les ravins menaçant l'existence de la ville de Mao, capitale du royaume historique du Kanem-Borno. La désertification, la dégradation des terres menaçant directement la sécurité alimentaire, les moyens de subsistance et la cohésion sociale. Dans notre pays, le climat n'est pas seulement une question environnementale. Il est lié à la paix, à la stabilité et au développement. C'est pourquoi, sous l'impulsion du maréchal 𝗲𝗎𝗓𝗏, le Tchad a décidé de transformer son défi le plus pressant en une opportunité de résilience et de coopération. Notre action s'articule autour de 3 priorités majeures. 1. Renforcer la résilience des communautés tout en investissant dans des solutions durables pour l'agriculture, l'eau et la gestion des ressources naturelles. 2. Faire du climat un instrument de paix et de stabilité régionale, notamment à travers la coopération dans les bassins du lac Tchad. 3. Accéder de manière simple et équitable au changement climatique, en particulier au financement climatique, autant pour moi, en particulier au Fonds vert climat et au Fonds pour les pertes et préjudices. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, distinguées personnalités, nous lançons un appel à un investissement international. Le Tchad, comme d'autres pays vulnérables, assure pleinement sa part de responsabilité et a déjà élaboré des stratégies ambitieuses. Nos contributions déterminées au niveau national, notre plan national d'adaptation et notre engagement au sein de la Grande Muraille verte. Mais la mise en œuvre de ces instruments dépend d'un soutien international accru. Nous appelons à des mécanismes financiers accessibles, rapides et adaptés aux réalités des pays fragiles. Nos populations ne peuvent plus attendre face à l'accélération des impacts climatiques. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, distinguées personnalités, le Tchad est prêt à jouer pleinement son rôle, non seulement comme un pays sahélien en première ligne, mais aussi comme un partenaire engagé dans la construction d'un avenir plus sûr et plus durable pour l'Afrique et pour le monde. En prélude à la COP 30 à Belém, qui sera focalisée sur les forêts, je viens par la présente vous informer que mon pays, le Tchad, contribue à l'équilibre de l'écosystème mondial à travers la dépression de Baudelaire. Cette poussière riche en particules minérales aide à entretenir la survie et l'équilibre de la forêt amazonienne. Ces particules minérales nutritives, issues de la dégradation continuelle des sols arides du bassin du lac Tchad, contribuent ainsi à alimenter les animaux aquatiques de l'océan Atlantique. Si la forêt amazonienne est reconnue pour sa contribution à l'équilibre de l'écosystème mondial et que le Tchad contribue à maintenir l'équilibre de tous les bassins amazoniens, il est tout à fait naturel que le Tchad soit internationalement reconnu de façon significative par la communauté internationale et les institutions compétentes. C'est le combat de notre siècle et c'est ensemble que nous gagnerons. Sur ce, je vous remercie indéfiniment.
Merci. Merci le Tchad. Oui. Je viens de recevoir la liste revue. Je vais essayer de me guider à travers cette nouvelle liste. Portanto, vamos passar a palavra ao Burundi. Prepara-se Cabo Verde. Fala Burundi agora. Prepara-se Cabo Verde. Burundi, vous avez la parole. Et le Cap Vert se prépare. Après le Cap Vert, nous aurons la République du Congo, comme le Tchad a parlé.
Excellences, Monsieur le ministre Antonio Tété et chers collègues, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers participants, tout protocole observé. Permettez-moi de vous transmettre les salutations chaleureuses de Son Excellence Monsieur 𝗲𝗎𝗲 𝗢𝗶, président de la République du Burundi et vice-président en exercice de l'Union africaine, qui avait bien voulu être ici avec vous, mais à cause de son agenda chargé, n'a pas pu le faire et m'a chargé de vous transmettre ces salutations. Je voudrais aussi profiter de cette occasion pour remercier le peuple, le gouvernement et le peuple de la République fédérale démocratique d'Éthiopie pour l'accueil et l'encadrement qui ont été réservés à notre délégation. Mesdames et Messieurs, aujourd'hui nous sommes réunis dans un contexte mondial marqué par des défis environnementaux sans précédent. L'Afrique, bien que responsable de moins en moins des émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre, est l'un des continents les plus vulnérables aux effets du changement climatique. Ici, nous citons la montée des eaux, montée des températures, les sécheresses, les pertes de biodiversité, l'insécurité alimentaire, les déplacements forcés, etc. Les glissements de terrain qui font évidemment des victimes et affectent les économies nationales. Si les crises engendrées par le dérèglement climatique sont universellement dans leur portée, sont universellement reconnues, mais ils n'ont pas toujours les mêmes conséquences partout. Mon pays, comme tant d'autres pays, subit pleinement, en plein fouet, les conséquences du dérèglement climatique. Ces crises affectent l'économie nationale et la vie des citoyens burundais qui, en majorité, dépendent de l'agriculture et de l'élevage. Et ces deux composantes dépendent aussi, en grande partie, de la disponibilité des eaux pluviales. Pour faire face à ces risques dus au règlement climatique, le Burundi s'est engagé à travers la contribution déterminée au niveau national et conformément à l'accord de Paris de 2015 sur les changements climatiques, à promouvoir l'adaptation et la gestion des risques de catastrophes et au renforcement des capacités, la gestion des connaissances et alerte précoce. Des mesures ont été définies et hiérarchisées. Des actions d'adaptation jugées prioritaires ont été réparties par secteur en vue d'une mise en œuvre selon les objectifs précis. Le Burundi a initié un programme national intitulé 𝗢𝗬𝗏𝗡 qui consiste à reboiser tout le territoire national. C'est un programme qui est financé entièrement par le gouvernement, mais qui nécessite quand même un soutien d'autres sources de financement. En matière d'atténuation, le Burundi a initié des projets et programmes divers, notamment l'utilisation de la fumure organo-minérale, la stabilisation permanente du bétail, la réduction de l'usage des sachets en plastique, etc. En accord avec le thème de l'Union africaine, le Burundi réaffirme que la lutte contre le changement climatique est indissociable de la justice et de l'équité. Les injustices historiques ont limité la capacité de l'Afrique à se préparer aux impacts climatiques et la justice réparatrice doit inclure un soutien tangible aux initiatives d'adaptation et d'atténuation sur notre continent. Et permettez, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, de vous partager les recommandations de ma délégation par rapport au thème qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. En premier lieu, le Burundi recommande l'accès aux financements climatiques internationaux en simplifiant les procédures et en adaptant les critères aux réalités africaines. Deuxièmement, la valorisation des solutions locales et communautaires. Et troisièmement, l'investissement dans la résilience et l'adaptation en soutenant les infrastructures vertes, l'agriculture durable et la gestion intégrée des ressources naturelles. Quatrièmement, la promotion de la transparence et la redevabilité pour garantir que les fonds mobilisés atteignent les bénéficiaires et produisent des effets et des résultats mesurables. Mesdames et Messieurs, Excellences, je ne saurais terminer mon propos sans réitérer nos remerciements aux organisateurs, notamment l'Union africaine, bien sûr, le gouvernement d'Éthiopie, et pour avoir accepté d'abriter ce sommet, mais aussi pour les marques d'hospitalité légendaires dont nos délégations respectives ont bénéficié. Et sur ce, je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci, Monsieur l'ambassadeur Bizimana, ministre des Affaires étrangères et de l'intégration régionale et du développement du Burundi. Eu tenho agora a honra de passar a palavra ao representante de Cabo Verde, Sua Excelência 𝗢𝗬𝗏𝗶𝗶, Sena Vieira, Secretária de Estado para os Negócios Estrangeiros e Cooperação. On m'a dit que les délégations réclament que je dois citer leur pays et leur nom, y compris les titres. Je croyais qu'en citant le pays seulement, ça nous économisait du temps.
Obrigada, Sr. Ministro Tete António, Ministro das Relações Exteriores de Angola e Presidente do Conselho Executivo da União Africana, Senhores Ministros e Chefes de Delegação, caros participantes. A urgência da ação climática nos interpela a todos para uma ação coletiva e global face às consequências e impactos adversos das alterações do clima que todos nós estamos cientes. Esta urgência reflete uma emergência no tocante a medidas mais sólidas para uma verdadeira resiliência global face às alterações climáticas. E a África necessita, igualmente, de ter soluções mais contundentes para uma efetiva adaptação e mitigação, considerando que o continente continua a ser desproporcionalmente afetado com as mudanças climáticas. Cabo Verde, enquanto pequeno Estado insular em desenvolvimento, tem designado no seu NDC ambições firmes com o propósito de combater os efeitos adversos das alterações climáticas. Estando na linha da frente desses efeitos, como os demais pequenos Estados insulares em desenvolvimento, conhecemos muito bem as múltiplas dimensões e custos das vulnerabilidades, sobretudo as ambientais, que têm sido um desafio no nosso percurso de desenvolvimento, marcado por secas persistentes e eventos climáticos, sendo o mais recente o desastre natural provocado pelo furacão Erin, que atingiu a ilha de São Vicente. A nossa resiliência climática e ambiental tem sido árdua, sendo constantes os esforços para ultrapassar os desafios do clima, implementando estratégias nacionais e políticas de medida para adaptação e mitigação. Esforço maior tem sido a busca e a canalização de recursos adequados para mitigar os efeitos de perdas e danos. Entretanto, somos, como a maioria dos países africanos, e maiormente os CIDs, confrontados com dificuldades e constrangimentos no acesso ao financiamento do clima, enfrentando igualmente a problemática da dívida e tendo a necessidade imperativa de desenvolvimento sustentável. Excelências, caros participantes, na Declaração de Nairobi, tomamos a boa nota que a reforma financeira multilateral é necessária, mas não suficiente para fornecer a escala de financiamento climático de que o mundo necessita para atingir 43% de redução de emissões até 2030, necessária para cumprir as metas do Acordo de Paris, sem as quais manter o aquecimento global a 1,5 graus Celsius estará em sério risco. Com isso, quero significar que precisamos de ter soluções de financiamento, quer doméstico, quer externo, para melhor solucionar a problemática de financiamento climático para países em desenvolvimento, com destaque para os que menos contribuem com a emissão de gases com efeitos de estufa e que, no entanto, são os mais afetados. Por conseguinte, soluções inovadoras, como a reconversão da dívida em projetos climáticos, são essenciais. Devo salientar que o compromisso de Sevilha reitera essa necessidade para uma melhor gestão da dívida, sublinhando o alargamento das trocas de dívida, em particular para os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, incluindo o clima e a natureza, e instrumentos relacionados de forma voluntária e a maximizar o seu impacto, incluindo a simplificação da sua concepção, a redução dos custos de transação e o reforço da apropriação e transparência dos países. A finalizar, auguramos que a Declaração de Addis, que brevemente adotaremos, trará pistas claras em soluções mais sustentáveis de financiamento para uma verdadeira ação e resiliência climáticas no continente africano. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, Cabo Verde. Obrigado. Temos agora Madame Arlette Soudan-Holt, ministre de l'Environnement de la République du Congo. Madame la ministre, vous avez la parole. Se prépare la Côte d'Ivoire. And Barbados also get ready. Can see you on the list.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République démocratique d'Éthiopie qui nous a reçus hier, Excellences, Monsieur le Président d'Angola, Président en exercice de l'Union africaine, ici représenté par le ministre des Affaires étrangères de l'Angola, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs en vos rangs, grades et qualités respectives, Son Excellence, Monsieur Denis Sassou Nguesso, Président de la République du Congo, Président de la Commission Climat du Bassin du Congo, que des contraintes d'agenda ont empêché de participer à ce deuxième sommet sur le climat, m'a instruit de parler en son nom aujourd'hui, tout en rendant hommage au travail de préparation de ce sommet accompli tant par le gouvernement de la République démocratique fédérale d'Éthiopie que par l'Union africaine. Au nom de Son Excellence, Monsieur Denis Sassou Nguesso, j'ai donc le plaisir et le privilège de porter à votre attention son message préparé pour cette occasion. Il y a un an, nous nous sommes retrouvés avec une vision commune, celle d'une Afrique unie, prospère et influente. Ce sommet est plus qu'une simple réunion. C'est un rendez-vous avec notre destin collectif. C'est l'occasion de mesurer nos progrès dans le cadre de la Déclaration africaine de Nairobi sur le climat de 2023, de l'accord de Paris, de renouveler nos engagements et de tracer la voie à suivre sur la route de Bakou à Belém. Depuis notre première rencontre, de nombreux défis persistent, voire s'intensifient. Les crises climatiques, les tensions géopolitiques et les obstacles économiques continuent de peser lourdement sur nos populations. La nécessité d'une sécurité durable n'a jamais été aussi pressante. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs en vos rangs, grades et qualités, mon pays, la République du Congo, est au cœur de cette problématique. En tant que nation forestière, nous sommes un poumon vert de la planète, au cœur du bassin du Congo, la deuxième plus grande forêt tropicale humide du monde, mais le plus grand réservoir carbone au monde. Nos vastes écosystèmes, nos forêts denses aux tourbières agissent comme un puits de carbone indispensable à la régulation du climat mondial. Malgré cette contribution inestimable, nous sommes parmi les plus vulnérables aux impacts du changement climatique. Nous subissons de plein fouet les dérèglements climatiques, inondations dévastatrices, sécheresses prolongées et phénomènes météorologiques extrêmes. Ces catastrophes menacent nos populations, notre agriculture et nos infrastructures. L'Afrique, historiquement la moins responsable de ce chaos climatique, en subit les conséquences les plus violentes. Des déserts qui avancent, des fleuves qui assèchent, des récoltes qui dépérissent. Ce ne sont pas de simples statistiques. Ce sont les visages de nos agriculteurs qui perdent leurs terres, de nos mères qui parcourent des kilomètres pour trouver de l'eau et de nos enfants dont l'avenir est menacé. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, ce sommet est l'occasion de réaffirmer la position de l'Afrique. Nous ne sommes pas des victimes passives, mais des acteurs de solutions. L'Afrique est un continent de potentiel et d'innovation. Nous possédons une richesse inégalée en énergie renouvelable, soleil, vent, géothermie, lesquels peuvent non seulement alimenter notre développement, mais aussi nous positionner en tant que leader de la transition énergétique mondiale. Ce sommet doit marquer le début d'une action concrète et ambitieuse. Collectivement, nous devons nous mobiliser et nous devons mobiliser les ressources nécessaires pour une stratégie africaine de résilience climatique. Mais cela implique un financement juste et substantiel. L'adaptation n'est pas un luxe, mais une nécessité vitale. Cela nécessite également un investissement massif dans les énergies renouvelables pour nous affranchir des énergies fossiles. La protection de nos écosystèmes, nos forêts et nos zones humides, en particulier les écosystèmes des tourbières du bassin du Congo, qui sont les boucliers naturels contre les catastrophes climatiques. Cela implique aussi le renforcement de la coopération intra-africaine pour partager nos connaissances et nos ressources. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le moment est venu de faire entendre la voix de l'Afrique. Nous sommes une force de changement. Le monde ne peut atteindre ses objectifs climatiques sans l'Afrique. Nous devons exiger que nos besoins soient entendus et que nos solutions soient soutenues. Ce sera, j'en suis sûre, le cas au cours de ce sommet et mon pays, la République du Congo, y prend et y prendra toute sa part. C'est ici également l'occasion pour moi d'annoncer que le prochain et 3e sommet africain sur le climat se tiendra à Brazzaville en 2028. Après Nairobi et Addis Abeba, le choix porté sur notre capitale, siège de la Commission climat du bassin du Congo, d'abriter ce rendez-vous continental majeur est pour la République du Congo et les pays du bassin du Congo un honneur et un motif de fierté, mais aussi une reconnaissance et une responsabilité que nous exerçons. Soyez et que nous exercerons, soyez-en sûrs, avec toute la détermination nécessaire. L'avenir de l'Afrique et celui de l'humanité dépendent de notre capacité à agir ici et maintenant. Ne laissons pas passer cette chance. Ensemble, construisons un avenir plus vert, plus juste, plus résilient pour tous les Africains et pour le reste de la planète. Je vous remercie. Denis Sassou Nguesso. Je sens que la salle est timide. Là, c'est la ministre de l'Environnement qui vous dit une chose simple. Nous avons besoin de l'action. Il nous faut réagir. Lorsque nous parlons de bassin du Congo et des écosystèmes qui sont au centre, les forêts de la COP30 à Belém, je tiens à vous dire une chose simple. J'ai ma collègue de la RDC qui prendra la parole tout à l'heure. Nous avons, entre la RDC et la République du Congo, mon pays, en commun les tourbières. En anglais, on appelle ça les peatlands. Les tourbières du bassin du Congo séquestrent, stockent même, je devrais dire stockent, pas moins de 30 milliards de tonnes de CO2. Les forêts, oui, c'est dans des écosystèmes aussi solides que nous portons, séquestrent 1,5 milliard de tonnes de CO2. Donc, entre les tourbières, 30 milliards de tonnes, et nos forêts, 1,5 milliard de tonnes, le GIEC nous interpelle en disant « si nous détruisons les forêts et les tourbières du bassin du Congo, eh ben, nous basculons de 3 à 4 degrés Celsius. » Donc, il est important que l'Afrique, qui est le continent des origines, et nous sommes sur le sol des origines ici en Éthiopie, il faut réellement que nous nous levons parce que nous restons la solution de l'humanité. Une fois de plus, je vous remercie.
Merci Madame la Ministre. Plein succès pour la 3e conférence, bien méritée étant donné ce que vous venez de dire. Nous avons la Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, M. Jacques Assaoré Conan, ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable et de la Transition écologique. Barbados, get ready.
Monsieur le Président de la session, distingués invités, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom de Son Excellence, Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, Président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, je voudrais exprimer notre profonde gratitude aux autorités éthiopiennes pour leur accueil chaleureux, ainsi qu'aux organisateurs pour la tenue de ce deuxième sommet africain sur le climat, dont l'importance est capitale pour la coordination de nos actions et le renforcement du plaidoyer africain sur la scène internationale. Le président Alassane Ouattara adresse à ses pairs ses salutations fraternelles et ses regrets de n'avoir pas pu être parmi nous en raison de contraintes d'agenda. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Côte d'Ivoire, comme beaucoup de pays africains, subit fortement les effets du changement climatique alors que ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre ne représentent que 0,1% du total mondial. Ce paradoxe traduit l'injustice climatique qui frappe les nations les moins responsables. Mais face à ce paradoxe et à cette injustice, notre pays a choisi l'action. L'action en adoptant une loi nationale sur le climat, en créant des institutions dédiées, en soumettant son premier rapport biennal de transparence en Afrique et en adoptant une stratégie nationale sur les pertes et préjudices. Aujourd'hui, avec les CDN 3.0, la Côte d'Ivoire affirme son ambition accrue, visant à accroître la part des énergies renouvelables, à améliorer l'efficacité énergétique, à restaurer son couvert forestier et accélérer la transition vers une économie circulaire et une agriculture durable. 2 ans après la déclaration de Nairobi, le bilan reste contrasté. Si des progrès notables ont été enregistrés, notamment avec la montée en puissance des projets d'énergie renouvelable et la mobilisation des premiers financements, l'écart demeure considérable entre les ambitions affichées et les résultats concrets. La question du financement demeure au cœur de l'action climatique en Afrique. Alors que l'Afrique dispose de ses propres institutions financières, Banque africaine de développement, Banque ouest africaine de développement, Afrexim Bank, Banque centrale, régionale et nationale, qui devraient jouer un rôle catalyseur plus affirmé dans la mobilisation des ressources internes et régionales. Certes, des efforts ont été faits, mais ces efforts demeurent limités en volume et en portée face à l'ampleur des besoins. C'est pourquoi l'Afrique doit passer d'une logique de demandeur à celle de coproducteur de solutions, en faisant de nos banques de développement et de nos banques centrales de véritables banques climatiques africaines capables de financer massivement les projets verts. Ce deuxième sommet africain sur le climat doit marquer un tournant décisif en transformant les engagements en actions mesurables, en accélérant la mise en œuvre des réformes financières et en consolidant la voix unie de l'Afrique dans les négociations internationales à venir, notamment la COP 30. La Côte d'Ivoire, pour sa part, demeure convaincue que l'Afrique ne doit pas seulement être une victime du changement climatique. Elle doit être une partie de la solution. C'est pourquoi elle réaffirme son engagement à œuvrer avec ses pairs africains et avec la communauté internationale pour transformer l'urgence climatique en une urgence de coopération, de justice et de prospérité durable. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Côte d'Ivoire. May I give the floor to Honorable Mr. Kerry Simon, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Barbados. You have the floor, sir. Barbados, are you? I can see many people moving, but I don't see Barbados moving there. Alors, si if Barbados is not ready, is not in the room, on passe au Djibouti dans ce cas. Djibouti, M. Mohamed Abdul Kader, nous sommes ministre de l'Environnement. Et se prépare la Guinée équatoriale. Djibouti. Non plus, le Djibouti n'est pas là. Si le Djibouti n'est pas là, Guinée équatoriale. Enfin, quelqu'un se dirige à la tribune. Thank you. Por favor, Guinea Equatorial.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia, señor moderador. Excelencia a todos, distinguidos delegados e invitados, señoras y señores. Tomo la palabra en nombre y representación del presidente de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, Su Excelencia 𝗢𝗬𝗏𝗶, quien por razones de agenda no ha podido asistir a esta cumbre personalmente. Excelencias, me permitido en primer lugar expresar mi gratitud a Su Excelencia Abiy Ahmed, primer ministro del Gobierno de la República Democrática Federal de Etiopía, por acordar y acoger este importante evento climático, junto con el Consejo Ejecutivo de la Unión Africana. Felicitamos igualmente la excelente organización, la acogida y la hospitalidad que hemos sido acordada desde nuestra llegada en esta bella ciudad de Addis Ababa. Señoras y señores, África es la región más vulnerable de los efectos adversos del cambio climático. En ese sentido, la organización de esta cumbre trata de poner a África en el contexto que se merece en la agenda climática global. Excelencias, Guinea Ecuatorial tiene 6 islas y una larga costa atlántica, lo que convierte a nuestro país muy vulnerable a las inclemencias climáticas. Señoras y señores, mi país está experimentando en los últimos años eventos climáticos nunca conocidos antes, como la crecida de olas marinas por el aumento del nivel de agua del mar, incendios forestales, fuertes tempestades, vientos huracanados, acompañados de lluvias intensas que ocasionan inundaciones en nuestras ciudades, con pérdidas de infraestructura costeras, materiales y medios económicos. Señoras y señores, el Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial ha promovido políticas de adhesión y ratificación a muchas convenciones internacionales, hasta la ratificación del Acuerdo de París, así como la adopción de varios instrumentos legales en el contexto nacional. invirtiendo mucho en la adaptación costera, construyendo grandes y largos diques y rompeolas en las ciudades costeras e insulares para su protección. Excelencias, en mitigación, nuestro país emite alrededor de 0,02% a nivel mundial, que es insignificante, y está cubierto de más de 80% de bosques que protegemos desde antaño. En el marco energético, Guinea Ecuatorial está promoviendo energías renovables con la construcción de centrales hidroeléctricas, que actualmente representan una generación de electricidad de 31,2% y 68,2% de energía de transición. Además, el país tiene el objetivo de alcanzar en el año 2020-30 un 60% de energía renovable. Señoras y señores, a pesar de los esfuerzos que Guinea Ecuatorial está realizando, necesita el fortalecimiento de los marcos de cooperación entre países e instituciones, ya que es de suma importancia para consolidar la paz en el continente africano y luchar juntos contra el cambio climático. Excelencias, ante la crisis climática que enfrenta África en particular, consideramos que es urgente poner en marcha la Agenda de Bakú, acordada el año pasado, sobre financiamiento climático a favor de los países en desarrollo, incluida la transferencia de tecnología para abordar la adaptación a los efectos del cambio climático. Guinea Ecuatorial desea que la declaración adoptada en esta cumbre en Addis Ababa sea adoptada también en la COP30 de Brasil. Para terminar, agradecemos a los organizadores de esta cumbre y muchas gracias.
Gracias, señor Diego Graciaso 𝗢𝗎𝗶, Minister Delegate of Agriculture, Livestock, Forestry and Fisheries and Environment of Equatorial Guinea. Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. 𝗢𝗎𝗎𝗶, State Minister of the Ministry of Planning and Development. You have the floor, sir. Ethiopia. Now it is Ambassador Hirut is going to speak on behalf of Ethiopia, what I understand.
Thank you very much, Excellency and dear brother, the distinguished Minister of Angola and Chair of the Executive Council. And I would like to apologize because I'm taking the floor on behalf of our State Minister, Mr. 𝗢𝗎𝗓, since this is a huge event. He has to lead one of the programs. And I would like to apologize on behalf of the organizers for translation issues. We are trying to fix it. Excellencies, please allow me to, first of all, welcome all distinguished delegates to Addis Ababa as we deliberate on this important theme of the second Africa Climate Summit. As our Prime Minister has clearly expressed in his opening remarks this morning, the Africa-level Climate Summit is gaining momentum from Nairobi in 2023 and now in Addis Ababa. This is an important occasion to advance the common African position on critical issues of mitigation, adaptation, financing, and technology. Over the coming 3 years, we will explore Africa's homegrown solutions, the challenges of climate change through clean and renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, and resilient infrastructure, among others. The success of Africa's climate actions depends on its access to fair and adequate climate financing. We believe that commitments must translate into concrete actions to meet financing and the needs of the continent. Mr. Chair, Ethiopia is pursuing a clean and green development path by diversifying its energy mix and moving towards a net zero emission target by 2025. We are harnessing our vast potential in hydropower, geothermal, wind, and solar energy to expand access to electricity and become a green energy hub. To that end, Ethiopia is implementing several homegrown initiatives focusing on climate-resilient agriculture, infrastructure, food systems transformation, green urban development, and emission reduction with remarkable results. The government of Ethiopia launched the Green Legacy Initiative in 2019 and has so far managed to plant more than 48 million tree seedlings as of July 2025. Through this initiative, the government has created green jobs, restored degraded landscapes, and improved biodiversity and enhanced food sovereignty. Ethiopia is demonstrating that economic development and climate actions are mutually reinforcing. African Climate Innovation Compact, with particular initiative that we have heard this morning from our Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, announced it, and it is focusing on blended financing mechanisms and aiming to mobilize about $50 billion annually. This intervention focuses on low-carbon, climate-resilient solutions for Africa by 2030, and it would accelerate green development and address socioeconomic challenges through African-led innovation. The compact seeks to implement 1,000 African-designed climate solutions which are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2023. Ethiopia is very proud to see that the climate summit momentum is increasing. We are running to build a common position and a focused approach, not only, as has been said earlier by many senior speakers, focused on conferences, but also actual implementations. In this case, we are very happy to see that this climate summit will be succeeding. And then we have heard a very interesting intervention from the distinguished representative of the Congo, the DR Congo, and we believe that this will be a very important momentum where we will come together to COP30, having common positions, focusing on our important mitigation, adaptation, and creative financing endeavors. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ethiopia, the Kingdom of Lesotho, His Excellency Letsema John Adonti, Minister of Environment and Forestry. Next will be Mauritania, and then followed by Namibia.
On behalf of the Right Honorable Prime Minister 𝗔𝗖𝗦𝗏, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho at the Africa Climate Summit, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia today. Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today with humility and determination representing the Right Honorable Prime Minister 𝗔𝗖𝗦𝗏, head of the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho, a small mountain nation whose story reflects both the fragility of Africa's ecosystem and the resistance of its people. Climate change is not a distant threat for us. It is here and now. Our highlands are scared off by soil erosion. Our farmers battle erratic rainfall and prolonged droughts. And our communities struggle with food insecurity. Yet, while we are among the least contributors to global emissions, we bear a disproportionate burden of the crisis. The summit is therefore not just a forum for lamentation. It is a call to action, a space for Africa to put forward practical solutions, innovations, ideas, and a unified agenda that will drive our transformation, turning water into Africa's climate asset. Lesotho's Highland Water Project shows how a national resource can serve multiple purposes such as agriculture, energy, industry, and transboundary cooperation. I propose that the Africa Union establish an Africa Water Resistance Initiative to treat water not only as a human right, but as a continental climate solution. This initiative shows map, secure, and sustainably develop Africa's rivers, lakes, and aquifers, ensuring that water underpins agriculture, renewable energy, and regional integration. Africa's clean industry revolution. If Africa is to leapfrog into the future, we must embrace green industrialization. Let us invest in solar and wind corridors, hydrogen energy pilots, and regional clean tech hubs. Africa can be the world's workshop for electric mobility, green fertilizers, and low-carbon textiles. For Lesotho, with its textile base, we envision a green garment manufacturing powered by renewable energy and linked to global sustainable value chains. 3, climate-smart agriculture and nutrient security. His Majesty King Lesotho III champions nutrition for the African Union. Lesotho believes that food security must be climate-proofed. I call for an African climate-smart agriculture accelerator backed by the AU, AFDB, and international partners to scale up innovations such as drought-resistant crops, regional digital weather services for farmers, and regenerative land use. This should be coupled with continental nutrition corridors linking agriculture to school, feeding, and health programs, financing Africa's climate future. We cannot achieve transformation without resources. The current global climate finance architecture is failing Africa. I propose that we establish an African climate finance facility within the African Union, capitalized by both African sovereign funds and global partners to channel affordable financing directly to member states, local governments, and communities. Reparatory justice as we advance together with our Caribbean brothers and sisters must also include climate reparations. Those who caused the damage must shoulder the cost. Empowering youth and innovations. Africa's greatest renewable energy is its people. I propose the creation of an African Youth Climate Innovation Network to connect our young people with mentors, investors, and markets across the continent. Let us place their ingenuity at the center of our climate solution. A united African climate voice. Finally, we must recognize that divided voices weaken our negotiating power. Africa must speak as one, whether at COP30, in the G20, or at the United Nations. Let us move beyond declarations to be binding continental commitments. Commitments to renewable energy targeted to land restoration goals, to resilience body building benchmark that we track annually through the African Union. Excellencies, Africa's climate story must be more than one of vulnerability. It must be a story of leadership, innovation, and hope. Let this summit in Addis Ababa mark a turning point where Africa transitioned from being the victim of climate injustice to the architect of climate solutions. On behalf of the Kingdom of Lesotho, I pledge our unwavering commitment to work with all African nations to make this vision a reality. The future will judge us not by the speeches we deliver, but by the solutions we put into action. I thank you.
Thank you, Lesotho, for the concrete proposals. La République islamique de Mauritanie. Mauritanie. Your Excellency Mrs. Masouda Bahan Mohamed Lagdaf, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Excellences, Monsieur le ministre de l'Angola et président de la séance, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, chers collègues ministres, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est pour moi un immense honneur de prendre la parole en ce moment solennel au nom de son Excellence, M. Mohamed 𝗔𝗬𝗎𝗄, président de la République islamique de Mauritanie, à l'occasion de l'ouverture du deuxième sommet africain sur le climat. Je tiens tout d'abord à exprimer nos vifs remerciements au peuple éthiopien pour son accueil chaleureux et son hospitalité, ainsi qu'à l'Union africaine et le gouvernement fédéral d'Éthiopie pour la disponibilité et l'organisation exemplaire de ce sommet. À un moment où l'Afrique doit faire entendre sa voix forte et unie sur les grands enjeux climatiques mondiaux. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique est aujourd'hui à la croisée des chemins. Elle subit de plein fouet les effets des dérèglements climatiques. Alors, même qu'elle n'est responsable que d'une infime part des émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre. Sécheresse prolongée, inondations dévastatrices, insécurité alimentaire et dégradation des terres affectent déjà des millions de vies, compromettant nos efforts de développement et de stabilité. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Mauritanie, à l'instar de nombreux pays sahéliens, fait face à des défis climatiques majeurs. Mais nous avons également choisi de transformer ces défis en opportunités. À travers notre stratégie nationale de transition énergétique, nous avons investi dans les énergies renouvelables, la résilience des communautés rurales et la préservation de notre biodiversité. nous sommes pleinement engagés à contribuer à une Afrique verte, sobre en carbone et résiliente. Cependant, aucun pays ne peut relever seul ces défis. Ce sommet est donc une occasion cruciale de renforcer la coopération panafricaine, de mobiliser les financements climatiques promis, mais encore trop souvent non décaissés, et de porter une voix africaine commune dans les négociations internationales, notamment en vue de la COP 30 à venir. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en représentant aujourd'hui le président de la République islamique de Mauritanie, je vous réaffirme notre engagement indéfectible en faveur d'une action climatique solidaire, juste et ambitieuse. Car il s'agit non seulement de préserver notre planète, mais aussi de garantir à nos enfants un avenir digne, sûr et durable. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Merci la Mauritanie. Republic of Namibia, Honorable Ndilenini Daniel, Minister of Environment and Tourism. Republic of Rwanda, get ready. Namibia. Namibia, followed by Rwanda.
Your Excellency, 𝗢𝗬𝗬𝗶, Prime Minister of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Mohamed Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellent Head of State and Government, distinguished delegates. The Republic of Namibia would like to extend its heartfelt appreciation to the government and people of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality we have received since our arrival in this beautiful city, Addis Ababa. Equally, Namibia would like to thank the government of Ethiopia and the African Union for the excellent arrangement made to host this spectacular event. Allow me to convey the sincere regret from Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, who is regrettably unable to attend this important summit due to equal pressing national commitment. The President remains deeply committed to the African climate agenda and has entrusted me and the delegation to represent Namibia's unwavering support for the African-led climate solution and the collective pursuit of resilient and sustainable future for our continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the second African Climate Summit is taking place when the world, particularly Africa, is devastated by climate-induced disasters of all kinds. In Namibia, we feel the severity of these events already by far. The government of the Republic of Namibia declared a national state of emergency on drought last year, 2024, due to poor rainfall never experienced in more than 60 years. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we came here to Addis Ababa with a renewed hope of finding lasting solution to climate crisis for our beloved African continent. Africa has to unite more than ever before to fight the scourge of global warming. We should have one vision and speak with one voice to advance Africa African-led climate solution, including nature-based initiatives. We need to accelerate efforts to enhance access to climate finance for green and resilient development across the continent. Our climate action should be aligned with Africa's development priorities and aspirations as enshrined in Agenda 2063. Although we are disproportionately affected by the negative impact of climate change, there lies a great opportunity to build resilience, foster justice, and bring transformation to the continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has the great opportunity to renewable energy due to its abundant solar radiation throughout the year. Therefore, we call for the provision of scalable climate finance to accelerate investment into renewable energy across the continent. Equally important, as Africa bears the brunt of droughts, floods, heat waves, water and food insecurity, climate finance becomes an issue of justice and equity rather than charity. Climate finance should be accessible and affordable with reduced bureaucratic barriers. We call for scaled-up innovative climate finance for African-led adaptation and resilient growth opportunities. Both domestic and international climate finance should be scaled up through collaboration and partnership. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in responding to the Green Industrial Policy for Africa's economic transformation, Namibia's Green Industrial Strategy harnesses our renewable energy potential and mineral wealth to create low-carbon, high-value industries. At the forefront is the Scorpion Pilot Facility, a pioneering project integrating solar and wind energy, desert-farmed algae, and green hydrogen to produce e-methanol for maritime shipping and industrial use. This initiative responds to the call for urgent decarbonization of the maritime sector and position Namibia as a strategic hub for supplying sustainable fuel along African and global shipping corridor. Namibia's Dares Green Hydrogen Village in Africa's first integrated green hydrogen ammonia production ecosystem, designed to support agricultural innovation, job creation, energy security, and while Oshivela High Iron is leading the way in developing green iron production to decarbonize heavy industries and supply global steel value chain with low-carbon raw materials. Together, these initiatives exemplify Namibia's ambitions to drive green industrialization by fostering local manufacturing, accelerating skill transfer, and securing Africa's role as a global supplier of sustainable fuels, industrial feedstocks, and clean energy technologies. I would like to conclude that the second African Climate Summit declaration should unite Africa for advancing Africa-led climate solutions that make a greater and climate-resilient Africa possible in a fair and just manner. I thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. Followed by the Republic of Rwanda, Her Excellency Dr. Bernadetta Rakiwe, Minister of Environment.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for Rwanda to join you at this second Africa Summit, convened under the theme, Driving Green Growth and Climate Finance Solutions for Africa and the World. I take this moment to convey greetings from His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of Rwanda, whom I have the honor to represent at this summit, and we express our gratitude for the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for our warm hospitality. This summit is a defining moment for our continent. It shows that Africa is not only raising its voice on the urgency of climate change, but also putting forward solutions that can shape a sustainable future. We come together not simply as those most affected, but as leaders of a new development pathway, one that is green, inclusive, and resilient. Africa contributes less than 4% of global emissions, yet we bear disproportionate impacts, spending more than 5% of GDP to respond to climate shocks, often at the cost of rising debt. In Rwanda, climate resilience is at the heart of our development agenda. Our draft NDC 3.0 is at an advanced stage, and once again, we are raising ambition to align with our country's Vision 2050 for a resilient and carbon-neutral economy. But we must be candid. Ambition is constrained by limited resources. The global climate finance system too often shifts benchmarks and access requirements, leaving those on the front lines struggling to secure the support they need. This undermines trust and takes us further from our shared climate goals. Despite these challenges, Rwanda is moving forward. We are transitioning from fragmented projects to programmatic frameworks that deliver scale and coherence. Indeed, Rwanda has pioneered instruments such as the Green Fund, Ireme Invest, and the Rwanda Green Taxonomy to mobilize capital. However, no country can close the gap alone. Excellencies, as we deliberate here in Addis, we must look ahead. COP30 in Belém will be a critical test of whether global climate governance responds to Africa's realities. We demand stronger international commitments and partnerships to close the current finance gap and support adaptation, resilience, and sustainable development, and call for urgent reforms in climate financing mechanisms to ensure fairness, adequacy, accessibility, and affordability, with a strong emphasis on grants rather than loans to avoid worsening Africa's debt, and on the timely and equitable disbursement of resources. As a solution provider, Africa has immense potential in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, biodiversity, and carbon markets. Therefore, we can power our own transformation and contribute solutions to the world. Rwanda stands ready to work with all partners as equals around the table, bringing forward our ideas, innovations, and ambition. But we also expect seriousness in return. Let this summit be remembered as the moment Africa moved beyond words to action, when ambition was finally matched with the resources to deliver, and when the world recognized that financing Africa's climate priorities is not charity, but an investment in our shared future. I thank you.
Thank you, Rwanda. La République du Togo, vous êtes prêts? Professeur Robert Doucet. Mais je sais qu'il est parti hier, Robert Dussé. Est-ce que le Togo est représenté? Non. On passe au Sénégal. Professeur Daouda Ngom, ministre de l'Environnement du Sénégal.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en respectant le protocole déjà établi, je voudrais exprimer les regrets de Son Excellence, M. 𝗔𝗖𝗦𝗏, président de la République du Sénégal, empêché, et m'adresser à son nom à cette auguste assemblée. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'adresser mes vifs remerciements au peuple et au gouvernement éthiopien pour l'accueil chaleureux et toutes les facilités. Cette conférence, placée sous le thème « Accélérer les solutions climatiques mondiales et le financement du développement résilient et vert en Afrique », s'inscrit dans une dynamique de renforcement de la coopération régionale et internationale. Elle traduit aussi un appel en faveur du rehaussement des ambitions climatiques afin d'assurer la survie de notre planète à la veille de la COP 30 au Brésil. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le changement climatique est une réalité qui frappe chacun de nos pays et freine la croissance de nos économies. Le Sénégal y fait face chaque année. Actuellement, la mer détruit les quartiers. Les inondations envahissent les villages le long du fleuve Sénégal. Les réponses apportées par la communauté internationale demeurent éloignées des engagements pris depuis la COP 21 avec l'accord de Paris par les pays développés à l'endroit des pays en développement, surtout pour l'Afrique qui n'émet que 4% des émissions globales. Il faut noter que l'Afrique ne reçoit que 3% des flux mondiaux de financement climatique selon la Banque africaine de développement. Et plus de la moitié de ces financements est sous forme de prêts, notamment pour l'adaptation. Et d'ici 2030, le changement climatique pourrait entraîner une perte de 15% du PIB africain. Pour construire sa résilience climatique et asseoir une croissance verte vers une trajectoire sobre en carbone d'ici 2050, gage d'une maîtrise du réchauffement climatique vers un objectif 1,5 degré Celsius d'ici 2030, l'Afrique a besoin d'un déploiement rapide d'une finance climatique adaptée et portée sur des investissements durables. Dans la perspective de la COP 30, il nous faut par conséquent rendre effective la mobilisation des ressources durables définies à la COP 29 à Bakou en soulignant l'importance d'un financement conséquent basé sur des subventions et prêts concessionnels. La mise en œuvre de la feuille de route Bakou-Belém est attendue, avec surtout une revisite juste de l'architecture de la finance climatique pour garantir l'équilibre pour nos pays fortement endettés du fait de la construction de cette résilience. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique est à la croisée des chemins. Face aux défis colossaux que posent les changements climatiques, notre continent a besoin d'un véritable changement transformationnel, axé sur la concertation régionale, juste et transparente. Agissons ensemble dans le cadre de ce sommet et au-delà pour une Afrique résiliente, verte et prospère, capable de relever les défis du climat vers un avenir plus juste et durable pour tous. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci le Sénégal. South Africa, His Excellency Dr. Dion George, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, followed by South Sudan.
Your Excellencies, heads of delegations, colleagues, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my delegation congratulates the government of Ethiopia on the successful hosting of the second Africa Climate Summit and expresses appreciation for the excellent hospitality provided. The world is watching. Africa must seize this moment and continue to move forward with one voice, inspired by the vision of the Africa we want. Last week, African Climate Week was held here in Addis Ababa. Technical teams advanced work on adaptation, mitigation, just transition, and climate finance. This summit must now deliver the political outcome that builds momentum towards COP30 in 𝗏𝗏 in November. It is an opportunity for Africa to present clear and common expectations to the global community. The science is clear. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in its 6th assessment report, shows Africa remains disproportionately impacted by climate change. These impacts undermine development, worsen poverty, and limit progress, yet African countries continue to act. Acceleration, however, requires enablers, finance, technology, and capacity building. The outcome from Baku calls on developed economy countries to mobilize $300 billion, and the 𝗏𝗏-Baku roadmap includes the mobilization goal of $1.3 trillion. As we head towards COP30, Africa must express its needs through its NDCs. Key expectations are clear: progress on the global goal on adaptation, clarity on new collective quantified goals on finance, the mitigation work program, just transition, and loss and damage. On the declarations before us, 2 issues stand out. First, climate issues must not be conflated with peace and security. While peace and security are important, including them here would distort the agenda and stretch resources that must be directed to climate priorities. As developing economy countries, we are already constrained in balancing climate action and development. The UNFCCC does not deal with peace and security, and these matters must be addressed in the appropriate fora. Second, Africa has already demonstrated its commitment to climate action through NDCs under the UNFCCC. What is glaring is the ambition gap of developed economy countries who are not providing sufficient finance to support developing economy countries. Calling on Africa to make further commitments in this declaration would only deepen that gap by internalizing responsibility and overburdening ourselves. South Africa therefore supports the use of the word aspirations instead of commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. South Sudan, Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Josephine 𝗏𝗏𝗶𝗏, Minister of Environment. South Sudan, are you ready? No, South Sudan is not around. So alors là, la République de Tunisie. Son Excellence, M. 𝗢𝗏𝗶𝗶, ministre de l'Environnement. La Tunisie, vous avez la parole.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيد الرئيس، أصحاب الفخامة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة. في البداية أود أن أتوجه بتحية خالصة إلى جمهورية أثيوبيا الشعبية الديمقراطية، حكومة وشعبا على كرم الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال. وبجزيل الشكر إلى الاتحاد الأفريقي ولكل من ساهم في إنجاح أشغال هذه الدورة الثانية للقمة الأفريقية للمناخ. حضرات السيدات والسادة، رغم مرور أكثر من 30 عاما على إقرار اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، لا تزال الآثار السلبية للتغير المناخي تتفاقم بشكل خطير. حاليا نلاحظ الفيضانات والجفاف وارتفاع مستوى سطح البحر. هذه الظواهر باتت متواترة وتهدر استقرار الدول والمجتمعات، خاصة تلك التي تعاني من هشاشة اقتصادية واجتماعية، وهو ما يجعل من الضروري اتخاذ إجراءات جادة متضافرة ومنسقة على المستويات الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية. إن تونس وعلى الرغم من أن انبعاثاتها من غازات الدفيئة لا تتجاوز 0.07% من الانبعاثات العالمية، تعاني بشكل كبير من تبعات التغير المناخي، حيث تواجه بلادنا انخفاضا في معدلات هطول الأمطار وارتفاعا في درجات الحرارة وضغوطا متزايدة على مواردها المائية والطبيعية المحدودة، وهو ما ينعكس مباشرة على قطاع الفلاحة، هذا القطاع الذي يمثل ركيزة للاقتصاد الوطني وضمان الأمن الغذائي. كما تؤثر هذه التغيرات أيضا على الصحة العامة وعلى النظم الإيكولوجية وعلى استقرار المجتمعات المحلية. واستجابة لهذه التحديات وضعت تونس سياسة شاملة وخطط استراتيجية للتخفيف والتأقلم مع التغيرات المناخية. فقد أعددنا الخطة الوطنية للتأقلم مع التغيرات المناخية، وأدمجنا المخاطر المناخية في استراتيجية المياه والفلاحة والشريط الساحلي والصحة والموارد الطبيعية، وأطلقنا مشاريع لحماية النظم الواحية ومكافحة التصحر وتعزيز صمود المنظومات الساحلية. كما اعتمدت بلادنا في مجال الطاقات برنامجا طموحا للتحول الطاقي بهدف بلوغ 35% من الطاقات المتجددة، إلى جانب تطوير برامج النجاعة الطاقية وترشيد الاستهلاك. وعلى الصعيد الدولي قدمت تونس أول مساهمة وطنية محددة سنة 2015 بهدف خفض 41% من كثافة الكربون، وسنة 21 تم ترفيع في هذا الهدف إلى 45%. وإن شاء الله سنقدم الخطة الوطنية المساهمة الوطنية المحددة الثالثة خلال شهر أكتوبر القادم لبلوغ خفض 60% من كثافة الكربون. حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن نجاح هذه الجهود يظل مرهونا بتعزيز التعاون الدولي، فالدول الأفريقية بحاجة ماسة إلى تمويل كاف متوقع ومنصف لتمويل مشاريع التخفيف والتأقلم، كما أن نقل التكنولوجيا الحديثة وبناء القدرات الوطنية يمثلان شرطا لا غنى عنه للوفاء بالالتزامات الوطنية. ومن هذا المنطلق تدعو تونس المجتمع الدولي إلى تعزيز موارد صناديق تمويل المناخ وتبسيط النفاذ إلى التمويلات، وضمان التوازن بين دعم التخفيف ودعم التأقلم، بما يتيح للدول الأفريقية مواجهة المخاطر التي تعيشها بشكل يومي. وفي هذا السياق تجدد تونس دعوتها إلى العدالة المناخية، بحيث تتحمل الدول الصناعية الكبرى المسؤولية الأكبر في تخفيض الانبعاثات وفي تقديم الدعم المالي والفني للدول الأكثر هشاشة. هذه العدالة ليست شعاراً بل شرطاً لإنجاح العمل المناخي العالمي. حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن أفريقيا رغم هشاشتها ليست مشكلاً، بل هي يمكن أن تكون هي الحل. قارتنا تمتلك أكبر الإمكانات في مجال الطاقات المتجددة من شمس ورياح وموارد طبيعية وغابات، ولديها طاقات شبابية هائلة قادرة على الابتكار وبناء الاقتصاد الأخضر. وفي ختام كلمتي أجدد شكري لدولة أثيوبيا لكرم الضيافة، ونجدد التزام تونس الثابت بدعم الجهود الدولية لمواجهة التغيرات المناخية والمضي قدما في تنفيذ أهدافنا الوطنية الطموحة في هذا المجال بالتعاون مع شركائنا الدوليين والإقليميين، ونتطلع إلى أن تكون مخرجات هذه الدورة خطوة حقيقية نحو تحقيق العدالة المناخية وبناء عالم أكثر استدامة وأمانا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا.
Thank you. Shukran, Tunisia. Zimbabwe, get ready Zambia and Uganda, in this order. Zimbabwe, Honorable Evelyn Ndlovu, Minister of Environment, Climate and Wildlife. Followed by Zambia.
The chairperson of the African Union and President of the Republic of Angola, His Excellency Emmanuel Lourenço, in absentia. Allow me, Chairman, to write on the protocols observed. Firstly, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our host, the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Ahmed Ali, and the government and the people of Ethiopia for the gracious hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa, the beacon of Africa, resilience and unity. My gratitude also goes to the African Union Commission for organizing this second Africa Climate Summit, a platform where Africa's climate priorities and needs are recognized, understood, and carefully consolidated to forge a unified front on the global stage. Due to other pressing national commitments, my President, His Excellency Dr. Edi Mnangagwa, regrettably could not be here with us today to participate in this very important event. He appointed me to represent him here. Therefore, in this regard, I would like to read his statement as follows. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, climate change presents a formidable and existential threat to the very foundation of our development, our fragile ecosystems, and the health and prosperity of our people. This change is made even more complex by the persistent socio-economic hardships that our nations must navigate on a daily basis. The frequent and intense droughts, devastating heat waves, and destructive cyclones are not merely weather events. They are direct assaults on our national aspirations and a compromise to our people's future. This is why we have convened today to forge a unified path forward. No nation, no matter its strength, can face this crisis alone. It is imperative that we strengthen our international cooperation, guided by the principle of common but differentiated responsibility to achieve the climate action our world so urgently demands. Your Excellencies, one of the outcomes of the summit is the Addis Ababa Declaration, which most of us have seen, which reflects Africa's unified commitment to tackling the climate crisis with innovative and practical strategies. The declaration will help to shape Africa's common position ahead of COP30, Conference of Parties, ensuring that our voice is heard as a cohesive bloc so that the continent's concerns are adequately addressed. The climate change is posing an unprecedented threat to the continent's food security, peace and security. A hungry man is a dangerous man. In order to overcome these challenges, we need to champion sustainable food systems and invest in climate-smart agriculture practices. At this pivotal summit, I welcome our commitment to unlocking sustainable climate financing, the anticipated new collective qualified goal on climate finance, and the Loss and Damage Fund to offer a new opportunity for redressing the underfunded of our projects that we have in each country. We should, as a matter of course, insist on the provision of the unified pledges of the past. The Addis Ababa Declaration should not present Africa as a continent seeking for charity, but fairness and just partnerships that unlock the capital requirements for climate resilience, putting it into consideration that Africa only contributes quite a small portion to this climate degradation. Let us remember that only 33% of Africa's population has access to electricity. Africa's energy-inspired transition is not merely an environmental imperative, but a fundamental human and economic necessity. Your Excellencies, my government has been working tirelessly on its obligations at the international level. We have in place our third generation nationally demanded contribution, NDC 3.0, and the National Adaptation Plan is also in place. Through our NDC 3.0, we have raised our ambition, setting a goal to reduce per capita greenhouse emissions by 40% below the business as usual scenario by 2035. This is an ambitious but achievable target, encompassing 27 key mitigation measures. Zimbabwe is also seized with the efforts to strengthen the country's transparency and accountability system regarding climate adaptation, mitigation actions, and including climate finance needed and received. This is an alignment to the enhanced transparency framework under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We are in the process of preparing our biannual transparency report, which constitutes greenhouse gas inventory, adaptation actions, progress on the NDC implementation, and support the needs received. It is our hope that not only will this allow us to adequately report on climate action, but it will also assist in building trust between developed state parties and our nation, thereby encouraging increased mobilization of resources by our country. Excellencies, as African leaders, we must welcome the 𝗏𝗏 Declaration, not as a distant commitment, but a champion that resonates deeply with Africa's climate action. The declaration, which is a demonstration to the world that we are placing human health and the well-being of our people at the very center of climate action. A healthy planet and a prosperous people are not mutually exclusive goals, but two sides of the same coin. Your Excellencies, Your Excellencies, as we move towards COP30, I urge all of us to deliberate with a shared sense of purpose. Let us forge a common position for the African group of negotiators. The time for deliberation is now, and the time for action is upon us. I thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Dear colleagues, we still have 11 speakers on our lists. If we can be brief to help everyone. Zimbabwe has spoken now, we have to move to Zambia, followed by Uganda, and then DRC. Zambia is Honorable Mike Poesha, Minister of Green Economy and Environment. Please, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Permit me to recognize the presence of their Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, cooperating partners and development partners, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency, Mr. 𝗢𝗬𝗬𝗏, President of the Republic of Zambia, whom I'm honored to represent, I bring to Your Excellencies warm greetings. I'm greatly honored to make an intervention statement during the opening ceremony of the Second Africa Climate Summit. Allow me to begin by thanking the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the African Union Commission for this well-organized Second Africa Climate Summit. Let me take this opportunity to convey my appreciation to the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival here in Addis Ababa. Your Excellencies, Africa disproportionately bears the brunt of the climate crisis despite being the least contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions of less than 4%. Therefore, as Africa, we need to prioritize adaptation and resilience building. This summit must spend much more time seeking African solutions to our adaptation challenges. We must also agree that Africa is impeded by limited means of implementation for our climate solutions. It is thus imperative that the Second Africa Climate Summit emphasizes the mobilization of the means of implementation, including finance, capacity building, and technology development and transfer for the implementation of climate action. As we mobilize the means of implementation, let us endeavor to embrace innovative financing instruments, including debt for nature swaps, debt for climate swaps, and green bonds to mobilize resources for the execution of climate action on the continent. It is also imperative for Africa to position itself to benefit from the global energy transition. As Africa, we are richly endowed with solar, wind, and water resources, as well as mineral resources such as lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, and copper, all of which are critical for the clean energy transition. We must thus develop domestic processing capacity, including the green technologies such as solar panels and batteries, and avoid making the same past mistakes of exporting our critical minerals in raw form. Instead, we must invest in enhancing processing capacity with Africa for increased incomes and job creation for our people. Coupled with enhancing domestic processing capacity, Africa needs to strengthen regional integration to foster economic development and reduce dependence on external powers. As Africa, we must leverage on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to foster regional production networks and break down barriers to intra-African trade, which is crucial for expanding green industries and value chains. We must also forge strong partnerships, including with local and international private sector, to secure the financial, technical, and technological support Africa needs for the implementation of climate action. Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Zambia. Republic of Uganda, Honorable 𝗢𝗬𝗬𝗏 Minister of State for Water and Environment, suivi par la République démocratique du Congo.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Dr. Abiy Muhammad Ali, the Commissioner of the Chairman of African Union Commission, Muhammad Ali, Your Excellencies, the heads of delegation, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring warm greetings from the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General 𝗢𝗍𝗪𝗏 Museveni, whom I'm honored to represent at this Africa Climate Summit held here in Addis. We salute the government of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation. The theme of this summit is timeless reminder that our collective action based on our common but differentiated responsibilities and requisite financing is essential to addressing tomorrow's climate, and it is today. We have observed limitations in financing to achieve that collective effort. The new collective quantified goal merely focused on a time frame that is not aligned with the science. We therefore wish to propose the inclusion of the following elements in this summit outcome. 1, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, SINACE's report in Working Group 2 acknowledges that a range of human mobility dimensions are influenced by climate and environmental changes. In this regard, advancing migration and human mobility as enshrined in the landmark Kampala Ministerial Declaration on Environment, Migration and Climate Change, which was held on the 29th July 2022, is of utmost importance to Uganda. And that this framework has been endorsed by all member states as a basis to address the nexus between climate change and environment challenges our continent is faced with. 2, to reaffirm the importance of accelerating mitigation action by parties with developed countries, taking the lead to limit the increase in the global temperatures to well below 2 degrees centigrade. 3, in unlocking scalable climate finance, we see this as a legal obligation of developed countries, parties, and not charity, in line with the principles of equity as anchored in the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. To this end, we welcome the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, but deeply concerned with the inadequacy of the ambition in terms of provisions of finance, which falls significantly short of developing countries' financing needs as reflected in our national determined contributions. 4, we welcome the Baku to Belém roadmap to US $1.3 trillion as critical pathway for closing the finance gap, stressing the need to prioritize scaled-up grant-based and highly concessional finance over debt-creating instruments to meet adaptation and loss and damage needs of vulnerable regions like Africa. 5, we stress the urgent need to address loss and damage due to the adverse effects of climate change and deeply concerned with current low resources of fund. 6, the just transition must be people-centered, inclusive, and equitable, and should simultaneously address poverty eradication, universal access to clean energy, decent work, and sustainable industrialization while contributing to the global climate goals. I want to thank you for your attention, for God and my country.
Thank you. Uganda. La RDC, Son Excellence Madame Marie Nyange Ndambo, ministre de l'Environnement de la République démocratique du Congo. Vous avez la parole, madame. S'il vous plaît. Get ready, Mauritius, followed by Mozambique.
Excellences, Monsieur le ministre de l'Environnement de l'Angola, président de cette séance, merci pour la parole. Excellences, Messieurs et Madame, les chefs de délégation, distingués partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, honorables invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, en ce jour inaugural du deuxième sommet africain sur le climat, je tiens à vous remercier sincèrement pour l'honneur qui me fait de prendre part à cette grande cérémonie africaine. Au nom de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Congo, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, ainsi qu'à son Excellence, Madame la Première ministre, Madame Judith Suminwa Tuluka, à qui je dois ma participation à ces assises, je voudrais exprimer notre profonde gratitude au peuple et au gouvernement éthiopien pour l'accueil fraternel de ma délégation ici à Addis Ababa, ainsi qu'à la Commission de l'Union africaine pour l'organisation de ce sommet crucial. Ce rendez-vous nous offre une opportunité de porter avec un sens élevé de responsabilité et de solidarité panafricaine la voix de l'Afrique d'une manière unie, puissante à l'aube de la COP 30. Notre continent, riche en ressources naturelles et en savoirs ancestraux, est confronté à des défis climatiques d'une ampleur sans précédent. Mais il est également le modèle de développement à promouvoir d'une économie bas carbone inclusive et consolider la résilience de son économie. La RDC, en tant que pays solution, réaffirme son engagement à contribuer activement à la construction d'une diplomatie climatique africaine forte, cohérente et ambitieuse. Je voudrais ici rappeler que la RDC détient 60% des ressources naturelles susceptibles de recréer l'équilibre climatique. Au-delà des ressources forestières, la RDC détient des tourbières capables de capter 4 fois le carbone par rapport aux forêts. La RDC est également propriétaire des minerais rares qui sont aujourd'hui la solution pour la transition énergétique. Je voudrais ici insister sur la nécessité pour nous tous, enfants africains, de reconnaître cette place de la RDC. Nous avons toutes ces ressources stratégiques. En dépit de cela, le pays connaît quand même une situation dramatique que je ne peux passer sous silence dans une telle occasion. Notre pays, la RDC, en proie à une agression honteuse basée sur le pillage des richesses de son sol et de son sous-sol par les Rwandais est exposé à des conséquences néfastes relatives à la biodiversité, à cause justement des mouvements de population. Parce que les populations se déplacent et ça provoque des soucis pour le maintien de la biodiversité nécessaire à la reproduction des espèces dont le monde entier a besoin. Toutefois, nous ne nous limitons pas à ces contextes malheureux, parce que la RDC est un pays résilient. Résilience due aux capacités de son peuple à surmonter des situations difficiles. Ce qui fait qu'en dépit de 30 ans de guerre, le pays tient et préserve les ressources naturelles pour l'intérêt du monde et de nous, Africains. Et nous, en tant qu'Africains, nous devons en être fiers. En dépit de ces contextes, la RDC focalise sur 3 priorités. La première, c'est renforcer la coopération régionale, étant donné que l'union fait la force. Cette coopération régionale autour de la préservation des écosystèmes critiques, notamment les forêts du bassin du Congo, les tourbières, les zones humides transfrontalières. La deuxième priorité, c'est mobiliser des financements innovants et équitables en valorisant les mécanismes de paiement pour les services environnementaux, les marchés de crédit carbone régulés. Et je voudrais à ce sujet informer l'auguste Assemblée des efforts que le président de la République, Félix-Antoine-Tshisekedi, a entrepris en mettant en place une structure pour réguler les marchés carbone. Et nous espérons vraiment qu'avec la régulation du marché carbone, le pays pourra se faire justice. Nous travaillons également sur le partenariat public-privé durable. La troisième priorité, c'est préparer une position commune, concertée pour la COP 30, fondée sur les principes de justice climatique, de souveraineté écologique et de transformation structurelle. Mesdames et messieurs, à vos titres et qualités, la RDC est prête à accueillir, à co-construire et à catalyser les alliances nécessaires pour faire de l'Afrique un acteur central de la gouvernance climatique mondiale. Nous croyons en une diplomatie du climat fondée sur la confiance, la transparence et la réciprocité. Je tiens à saluer l'engagement de l'Union africaine, les agences des Nations unies, les institutions financières et les partenaires techniques qui accompagnent nos efforts. Ensemble, nous pouvons faire de cette semaine africaine du climat un jalon décisif vers une COP 30 africaine ambitieuse et transformatrice. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention et de votre engagement. Merci.
Merci, Madame la Ministre. Let's move now to the Republic of Mauritius. Honorable 𝗢𝗬𝗪 Narsinghen, Junior Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade. Mauritius, are you there? Oh, you there.
The President of the session, Honorable Minister of Environment from Angola, very dynamic moderator, distinguished Minister from Ethiopia, distinguished ministers, distinguished ambassadors, presidents and members of various NGOs, members of civil society. Very good afternoon to you, and please accept the greetings of my Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, who unfortunately could not attend because of his meeting and important commitments in India at this very moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a singular honor and privilege to address this august gathering on the occasion of the second African Climate Summit. Our presence today bears testimony to our commitment to confront the challenges posed by climate change in Africa. I see this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, for his warm hospitality for convening this summit and the theme, Accelerating Global Climate Solutions, Financing for Africa's Resilient and Green Development. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you have captured each and every word in the theme presented to you, where focus is on acceleration, focus is on financing, and green development. Today's gathering, ladies and gentlemen, demonstrates our determination to forge collective solutions. Of course, each and every country has got their own problems, but collective solutions for Africa is very important to share in order to solve the different climate challenges. The final declaration from this summit should reflect a transformational approach, positioning our continent as an architect of global climate solutions and sustainable development pathways. The Climate Action Agenda aligns with our continental blueprint, that is Agenda 2063, which envisions an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by our citizens. It is important, very important, ladies and gentlemen, to provide consistency and harmonization. The climate solutions we develop today directly advance the aspirations of Agenda 2063 for a continent that harnesses its natural resources sustainably in order to achieve food security through climate-smart agriculture and build world-class infrastructure powered by clean energy. I lay emphasis on clean energy. Our climate resilience efforts are not separate from our developmental goals. They are indeed integral to achieving what we call before the Africa we want. Mauritius, ladies and gentlemen, as an African small island development state, stands as a bridge between continental Africa and our island states, regionally, but also worldwide. The international community, as you know, including the African Union, have long recognized the SIDS to face special circumstances that warrant differentiated treatment in global development frameworks. These special circumstances are not merely about size and geography. They encompass a complex interplay of structural vulnerabilities that compound to create unique socioeconomic development challenges. As you know, SIDS confront geographic remoteness that inflates cost for essential imports, limited territorial scope that constrains resource diversity, and population scales too small to generate efficient economies, yet large enough to require full governmental institutions. These baseline vulnerabilities become even more magnified under climate pressure. What we witness in these SIDS, rising seas, which threaten both our infrastructure and also freshwater resources, ocean acidification, which undermines marine ecosystems, central to our economic survival. Because of these special circumstances, we require the steadfast support of our continental family. The recent International Court of Justice unanimous advisory opinion is a rare occurrence in the court's history, which confirms that climate harm constitutes a violation of international law and also human rights, requiring immediate remedial action. The International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea has also determined that greenhouse gas emissions qualify as marine pollution under international maritime law, creating binding obligations for emission reduction to protect marine environments. These judicial determinations provide legal foundation for enhanced climate cooperation and accountability mechanisms when voluntary commitments prove inadequate, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. They validate the principled advocacy that vulnerable nations have maintained for decades. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the integration of multidimensional vulnerability measurement into international finance represents what I would qualify as a critical evolution beyond income-based eligibility criteria. Therefore, the traditional metrics often obscure the structural fragilities that define the SIDS experiences. As we continue to work for refining the MBI, we encourage multilateral institutions to implement this new metric to strengthen the entire international development architecture. The financing gaps we face, and which are measured in tens of billions annually for adaptation alone, require sustained international engagement rather than sporadic attention. Our collective voice in climate negotiations grows stronger when we maintain this unity of purpose, and I'll emphasize on unity, while acknowledging the diverse vulnerabilities within our continental and maritime territories. Climate pressures are driving institutional innovations across the world. Mauritius, as you know, has established new research infrastructure focused on socio-ecological transitions. Our legal frameworks are evolving to embed environmental rights within constitutional protection. And right now we are in the process of adapting and reforming our constitution. Our governance structures also adapting with new institutions designed to coordinate complex transitions towards sustainable economic models. The theme of this year's summit calls us to action on multiple fronts. This acceleration requires, ladies and gentlemen, innovative financing mechanisms that reach every corner of our continent and support our diverse development pathways. Mauritius, ladies and gentlemen, reaffirms its unwavering commitment to our continental solidarity, and I would implore to have more solidarity, and pledges to continue working within our African Union framework to advance our shared aspirations for a prosperous, resilient, and climate-secure Africa. And I fully concur with the representative of South Africa. Our continent's practical experience in climate adaptation, coupled with our vast renewable energy potential, as mentioned by different speakers before me, and commitment to sustainable development positions Africa to drive meaningful global progress. Let us, ladies and gentlemen, let us allow things to happen. Let us walk the talk, and let us make Africa succeed on this very important theme. Let us approach COP30 as partners, ready to deliver concrete solutions. A number of speakers before me mentioned about concrete solutions that will benefit the present and future, and let us remain united in our vision for a peaceful, prosperous, and climate-resilient Africa. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mauritius. Thank you, Mauritius. Agora fala a República de Moçambique. Excelência Gustavo Sobrinho 𝗔𝗖𝗦, Secretário de Estado para a Terra e Ambiente. Just to correct, dear colleagues, I am the Minister of External Relations of Angola. There is no change of the Minister of Environment, Madame Paula, whom you know very well, represented here by the Secretary of State.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, the Chair of African Union Council, distinguished leaders of delegations, all protocol observed. Allow me, on behalf of His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, our President of the Republic of Mozambique, and on my own behalf, to greet everyone present here at this second African Climate Summit, which is held under the theme Accelerating Global Climate Solution, Financing for Africans' Resilient and Green Development, Me Too. In particular, I would like to thank the invitation and hospitality from the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for the opportunity granted to us to reflect together and reaffirm our commitments regarding the challenge and efforts made individually and collectively to ensure the implementation of the global climate agenda in general and particularly in Africa. This summit takes place at a peculiar moment for our region, considering that there are less than 2 months until the Conference of the Parties, COP30, that will take place in the Federative Republic of Brazil. Just to remind, the Paris Agreement was adopted almost 10 years ago, in which we, 2 signatory countries, committed to limit the increase in the average global temperature to well below 2 degrees from pre-industrial levels, as well as to enhance our capacity to adapt to the negative impacts of climate change. We also commit to promoting resilience and low greenhouse gas emission development. The global stockade of climate action conducted in 2023 found that the world is not doing enough to achieve the target of reducing the increase in global temperature. Ladies and gentlemen, Mozambique is in the process of developing your NDC3, which consists of mitigation actions to adapt to the impacts of climate change, as well as the need for financial, technological, and technical capacity support. Expanding the ambition of climate action for Mozambique means, in our view, developing the mitigation potential in the less explored sectors in the current NDC, such as waste industry, seaweed, mangroves, and oil, gas, and gas. It also means improving the collection and systematization of data on activities aimed at strengthening the estimation of emissions in greenhouse gas inventories, as well as the quality of reporting and transparency in the data. However, without improved access to climate financing, it will be very difficult to advance to implementation of our NDC 3. In this context, we reiterate the urgent need to scale up climate financing with an emphasis of subsidy flows to support African climate action and to operationalize innovative financing instruments, including external debt relief. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of mitigation and low carbon development, as a country, we have made some progress in the application of sustainable techniques for agro-livestock production and soil protection, improving access to clean energy, expanding the national grid, and creating micro-energy distribution networks, increasing the use of natural gas for public and private transport and for industry, promoting energy efficiency and sustainable management, as well as the valorization of waste. In terms of adaptation to climate change and agreement with our National Adapting Plan, NAP, we are increasing resilience in the areas of agriculture, livestock, and fishing, in the adaptive capacity of communities, as well as in the management and capture of water resources. Likewise, we are restoring forests of various native species and mangrove forests with a view to increasing the protection and restoration of biodiversity. We also strengthen the early warning system and the capacities for preparedness and the response to climate risk. We are aware that the implementation of the climate action expressed in the National Adaptation Plan, National Determined Contribution, and in the long-term low-carbon development strategies requires a coordinated effort of cooperation and partnership, as well as a strong ownership and engagement from various actors, such as the private sector, civil society, and academia. As a country, we need to develop technology, innovation, and human capital to address the need to adapt to and mitigate climate change. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate our commitment to accelerating the implementation of the National Climate Agenda in line with the African priorities in the domain, particularly with the African Union Strategic and Action Plan for Climate Change and Regional Development, and we count on the support of everyone for its realization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Obrigado, Moçambique. Obrigado mesmo. L'Algérie, Son Excellence Dr. Mohamed Khaled, ambassadeur en Éthiopie, représentant permanent auprès de l'Union africaine et de la CEA.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bismillah.
Se prépare le Maroc et le Nigeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين السيد الرئيس أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي والسعادة. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنقل إليكم تحيات رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون وأن أعبر لفخامة رئيس الوزراء أبي أحمد علي ومن خلاله لإثيوبيا حكومة وشعبا عن خالص العرفان والتقدير على التنظيم المحكم لهذه القمة الهامة. كما لا يفوتني أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لرئيس الاتحاد الإفريقي ولرئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي على جهودهما الحثيثة خدمة لمنظمتنا القارية. سيد الرئيس، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، أود في البداية أن أحيي الاختيار الصائب لموضوع قمتنا الثانية هذه حول تسريع حلول المناخ العالمية وتمويل التنمية المرنة والخضراء بإفريقيا، والتي تعد فرصة لصياغة حلول عملية من شأنها وضع إفريقيا في قلب إشكالية التمويل المناخي العالمي، كونها أكثر المناطق تضرراً من التداعيات السلبية للتغيرات المناخية، مسترشدين في مسعانا هذا بمبادئ العدالة والإنصاف المناخي. ففي الوقت الذي تتوالى فيه الصدمات المناخية وما تخلفه من خسائر وأضرار جسيمة لا سيما في القارة الإفريقية، تظل التمويلات الموجهة لتعزيز قدرة بلداننا على الصمود والتكيف مع تغيير المناخ شحيحة وغير كافية، لا سيما في ظل تفاقم مستويات الديون القياسية وارتفاع أسعار الفائدة وغياب آليات مرنة للتمويل المناخي من شأنها سد فجوة الموارد ومواكبة الأعباء المالية الهائلة المترتبة عن أزمة المناخ، وهو ما يستوجب العمل على تحقيق عدالة مناخية تقوم على تحمل الدول التي ساهمت أكثر في التغيرات المناخية القسط الأوفر من المسؤولية، وأن تعطي المثال في مجال خفض انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة وتوفير الدعم المالي والتكنولوجي اللازم للدول الإفريقية الأكثر تضرراً. سيد الرئيس، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، تشعر الجزائر بالقلق إزاء مدى تعرضها لتأثيرات تغير المناخ على المستوى الوطني الإقليمي والقاري، وهي ملتزمة بالجهود العالمية لمكافحة هذه الظاهرة. وعليه أولاً تبنت الجزائر سياسة للتحول الطاقوي التدريجي تهدف إلى حماية البيئة والتنمية المستدامة بالاعتماد على تكنولوجيات طاقوية نظيفة، تلتزم من خلالها بتحقيق أهدافها المتعلقة بالمناخ والتنمية المستدامة والمساهمة في الجهد العالمي للحفاظ على البيئة ومكافحة الاحتباس الحراري من خلال تخصيص استثمارات معتبرة لتطوير الطاقات المتجددة والتقليل من البصمة الكربونية وانبعاثات غاز الميثان، وإطلاق مشروع التخزين الطبيعي لغاز الكربون من خلال غرس 420 مليون شجرة على مدى 10 سنوات، وذلك كجزء من التزام الجزائر باتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغيير المناخ والاتفاقات المنبثقة عنه. ثانياً، أطلقت بلادي برنامج طموح للانتقال الطاقوي يهدف إلى رفع الإمكانيات الوطنية لإنتاج الطاقات المتجددة إلى 15 جيجاوات بحلول 2035، وتطوير الإدماج المكثف لعمليات الإنتاج اللامركزية للكهرباء الشمسية مع تشجيع الإنتاج والاستهلاك الذاتيين. ثالثاً، وفي نفس السياق تسعى الحكومة إلى إرساء ممارسات لخفض استهلاك الطاقة عن طريق استعمال الإنارة العمومية الناجعة واعتماد معايير جديدة للنجاعة الطاقوية. كما تولي بلادي أهمية خاصة للهيدروجين الأخضر من خلال إقامة شراكات استراتيجية لتعزيز التكامل الإقليمي. رابعاً، أما في مجال التكيف تقود الجزائر الطريق عبر مشاريع طموحة تجسد هذا الالتزام، ومن أبرزها مبادرة توسيع وتأهيل السد الأخضر التي تشمل استصلاح 4.1 مليون هكتار بالإضافة إلى 300,000 هكتار جديدة، إلى جانب إعادة تأهيل وتنمية 500,000 هكتار أخرى. وعلى الصعيد القاري تولي بلادي أهمية قصوى للتصدي بشكل جدي للآثار السلبية للتغيرات المناخية ومواجهة الكوارث، لا سيما من خلال مبادرتها من أجل إنشاء قوة مدنية قارية للتصدي للكوارث الطبيعية وضمان تكفل فعلي وآني وتقديم الدعم الضروري للبلدان الإفريقية المتضررة من هذه الكوارث. سيد الرئيس، في الختام اسمحوا لي أن أدعو جميع الدول الأعضاء الاتحاد الإفريقي إلى التنسيق والعمل المشترك، لأن تفاقم أزمة المناخ لا يترك لنا خياراً آخر، ويلزمنا ليس فقط بالاستجابات لهذه التحديات بل بتعزيز موقعنا في صدارة الجهود الدولية، وأن نؤكد على قدرة إفريقيا على تحويل التحديات إلى فرص، وأن تكون شريكاً أساسياً وفاعلاً في صياغة الحلول العالمية بما يضمن عدالة مناخية وتنمية مستدامة للجميع. شكراً لكم على كرم الإصغاء. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Algeria. Je donne la parole au représentant du Royaume du Maroc, Monsieur Mohamed Arouchi, ambassadeur représentant permanent auprès de l'Union africaine, ambassadeur en Éthiopie. Ah, vous avez choisi. C'est la tribune du président que vous avez prise. Good. C'est le désavantage, en fait. Parce que ce micro n'est pas activé. Et de l'autre côté, vous n'êtes pas la bonne tribune, c'est l'ambassadeur. Non, c'est pas bon. Passez là-bas.
C'est bon?
Ah,
C'est
voilà.
bon.
Là, c'est bon.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Chair, and also thank you for your patience. All protocol observed. Mr. Chair, the Kingdom of Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, considers the fight against climate change as a responsibility that is at once national, continental, and global. This vision is rooted in solidarity, resilience, and sustainable development within the framework of joint African action. The continental dimension of Morocco's vision is embodied through effective, steadfast, and solidarity-based South-South cooperation by sharing experiences and supporting friendly African countries in addressing the impacts of climate change. Indeed, since the COP22 held in Marrakesh in the Kingdom of Morocco in 2016, Morocco launched 3 African climate commissions: the Congo Basin Commission, the Sahel Region Commission, and the Island States Commission. These structures aim to mobilize financing, share best practices, and implement concrete projects adapted to the specific realities of each region. Mr. Chair, Morocco's strategy to address climate change is founded on the principles of solidarity and inclusiveness. Morocco places adaptation on an equal footing with mitigation, recognizing that Africa, despite its minimal emissions, remains the most vulnerable. In this respect, Morocco supports African initiatives on adaptation and renewable energy that enhance food security, sustainable water management, and energy transition, while focusing on youth and women as key actors in climate policies. Mr. Chair, Moroccan climate diplomacy is also a fundamental pillar in addressing the effects of climate change. Morocco leverages its presence within the African Union, the United Nations, and international fora to defend Africa's priorities, notably climate justice, fair access to green financing, the transfer of technologies suited to the African realities, as well as the integration of the environmental dimension into the Royal Atlantic Initiative, making the Atlantic a space of cooperation and shared resilience. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, Morocco's strategy, while ambitious on the national level, is primarily rooted in its continental embodiment, in keeping with Morocco's African identity. It reflects a firm conviction that Africa can only tackle climate challenges through a response that is united, innovative, and coordinated. Under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, Morocco remains firmly committed to contributing to the building of a resilient, sovereign, and prosperous Africa. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, Excellency, I wish to reiterate Morocco's commitment to strengthening the common African action in facing the climate change impacts within a framework of solidarity-based and effective partnership. Allow me, Mr. Chair, to place a reminder in this context. My delegation also stresses the imperative to spare our high-level meetings, as this one, any narrow political agendas or outdated rhetoric devoid of added value, which could only undermine the purpose and the outcomes of these high-level events, dedicated, as we all know, to serve the vital and noble causes of our continent and our citizens. Thank you, Chair, and thank you also for your patience. Thank you.
To Morocco, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. 𝗢𝗫𝗏𝗡, Permanent Secretary, followed by Egypt. Nigeria? Oh, you there?
Yes. Your Excellencies, leaders of the African...
Egypt is the next. Seychelles and Madagascar is the last speaker.
Your Excellencies, African leaders, Your Excellencies, leaders of national and institutional delegations, honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, under the leadership of His Excellency President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and on behalf of members of our delegation, I would like to extend our very profound appreciation to the government and the people of Ethiopia for the very warm hospitality and the excellent facilities put at our disposal throughout our stay from yesterday. I also would like to extend our gratitude to the African Union Commission for jointly co-hosting this very important summit with the host government, Ethiopia. Nigeria would like to use this opportunity to reaffirm our solid commitment to a just and rapid transition to a low-carbon economy. Your Excellencies, Nigeria acknowledge the resilience and ingenuity of our communities across Africa that are bearing the brunt of climate change despite contributing little or nothing in global emissions. We are therefore committed to working with leaders and all stakeholders to achieve climate goals in an equitable and pragmatic manner. In a renewed determination, the federal government of Nigeria has made clear pathway to a net zero by 2060, aligned with a just transition that safeguards jobs and industrial capacity. We have approved our Climate Change Act since 2021, as well as have developed an all-society and economy-wide nationally determined contribution, NDC 0.3, recently, with a clear roadmap for annual public reporting to guarantee transparency and take responsibility. Your Excellencies, Nigeria has also begun a rapid deployment of gas-to-power projects alongside accelerated solar and wind initiatives. These efforts aim to achieve Mission 300. Progress has also been made on green and blue hydrogen pilots, as well as utility-scale storage to enhance reliability of our grid. Climate-smart agriculture programs are scaling up to reach millions of smallholder farmers, and efforts are progressing to expand flood control measures and resilient housing. Additionally, there is a nationwide rollout of clean cookstoves and LPG cylinders to reduce household air pollution by 60% by the year 2030. Nigeria is committed to mobilize significant funds for climate financing over the next 5 years, but using domestic sources and international sources as well, with at least 40% of the funds targeted to adaptation and resilience in the most vulnerable communities of our society. We will encourage public-private partnerships with focus on blended finance, green bonds, and green guarantees to de-risk projects and explore carbon markets. As I conclude, our delegation wishes to urge all fellow African leaders and other stakeholders to support regional power pooling, broaden access to technology and private financing using de-risking instruments such as green guarantees, and to commit to rapid project rollout. Nigeria is determined to partner with all member states, institutions, donors to translate climate ambitions into concrete scalable, impactful actions as envisioned in the African Union Agenda 2063. Finally, I thank you for your attention, and may God bless this great continent. I thank you for listening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. Egypt, Arab Republic of Egypt. Ambassador Tamer Mustafa, Director of Climate, Environment and Sustainable Development. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Excellency, Mr. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, African Union Commission Chairperson, Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, and Heads of Delegations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a sincere duty that Egypt addresses this distinguished gathering at the opening of the Second Africa Climate Summit. Today we assemble at a historic crossroads for our continent where adversity and opportunity meet beneath the weight of a changing climate. Egypt reiterates the following key priorities for our continent. First, recognition of Africa's special needs and circumstances as a matter of equity and justice within the global climate regime and the UNFCCC process. The world must recognize that Africa's climate journey is inseparable from global climate progress, and our special needs and circumstances must be foregrounded in every discussion, every plan, and every commitment. Our voices must shape outcomes, not be sidelined or postponed. Second, scaled up adaptation finance with simplified, predictable, and accessible flows. The 100% billion climate finance pledge must finally be fulfilled along with the new collective goal of $300 billion. To be supported by the 𝗢𝗶𝗶 roadmap to 1.3 trillion. We categorically reject attempts to shift the burden of decarbonization or adaptation onto African countries. Third, support for African-led initiatives, including the Africa Adaptation Initiative, the Africa Renewable Energy Initiative. Those homegrown solutions tailored to African realities must be reinforced through resources, partnerships, and political will. We must also recognize the inseparable link between climate, peace, and security. Environmental stressors like prolonged drought or recurrent floods are catalysts for conflict and instability. Through our Climate, Peace, and Security Initiative, CRISP, we call for a holistic approach where climate action also promotes peace and stability and addresses water and food security. The creation of the Loss and Damage Fund at COP27, the African COP, represented a significant development for both Africa and the global climate policy. We urge that this fund be swiftly and fully operationalized, with Africa's urgent needs and unique vulnerabilities truly centered. Excellencies, Africa doesn't seek charity. We seek climate justice and just transitions, grounded in partnership, mutual respect, and the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. True climate justice means acknowledging Africa's right to sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. We call for a clear rejection of unilateral measures that undermine trust and equity. Our pathway to resilience and prosperity requires strong partnerships, respect for national circumstances, and avoidance of unilateral actions that exuberate inequality. Regional and international cooperation should guide our collective action towards accomplishing transitions that leave no one behind. We must also firmly reject the use of international continental forums to advance divisive projects for internal agendas at the expense of African unity. It is regrettable that the African Climate Summit in Addis Ababa coincides with the celebrations for the Ethiopian dam project on the Blue Nile, a project advanced inter alia without required environmental impact studies and in violation of international law and previous agreements. For nearly 13 years, Egypt has pursued balanced solutions that protect the rights of all Nile Basin countries, but unilateral actions obstructed negotiations, disregarding the principles of cooperation and no harm. Such action Such actions undermine trust, threaten shared water resources, and must not be encouraged on our continent. Excellencies, with unity, strong partnerships, and international solidarity, we can turn vulnerability into opportunity, building a more resilient and sustainable future for all Africans. Let us move together from pledges to progress, and as stated by the incoming COP30 presidency, let's move from negotiation to implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Republic of Seychelles, Mr. 𝗔𝗖𝗦𝗶𝗶, Director General of Climate Change. Followed by Madagascar, last speaker. Then I think Ethiopia has asked for the floor. Anyway, Ethiopia will have to speak to tell us what happens tomorrow. Or the Secretariat. Please, Seychelles.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is an honor to be here at the second African Climate Summit on behalf of the government of Seychelles, and I also present the excuses of the President who could not be here due to other commitments. I bring warm greetings from the people of Seychelles, and I thank the government of Ethiopia and the African Union Commission for hosting this important summit. The theme, driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa and the world, is timely. It speaks to the urgent need to build resilient economies that serves both the people and our planet. For Seychelles and many African island states, the climate crisis is an unfolding daily reality. Rising seas, eroding coasts, coral bleaching, and extreme weather events are reshaping our societies and economies. For us, island nations, our green growth is blue, hence our future lies in blue economy. The ocean is our most valuable asset and sustains our fisheries, feeds our people, supports tourism, absorbs carbon, and offers solutions for climate resilience and sustainable growth. But it is also where we are most vulnerable. Sea level rise, ocean warming, acidification, and overfishing threaten the very foundation of our economies and ecosystems. Despite these challenges, Seychelles has chosen to take the opportunity to lead. We were the first country in the world to issue blue bonds to finance sustainable fisheries. We have completed one of the first debt for nature swap focused on marine protection. We have protected over 30% of our ocean territory. This is what leadership in blue economy fields look like, but it cannot be done in isolation. Today, less than 3% of global climate finance goes to climate-based solutions. This is a missed opportunity for Africa and for the world. As chair of the African Island States Climate Commission, Seychelles calls for increased access to blue finance for island and coastal nations and significant investment in ocean-based climate solutions. If we are serious about green growth, then blue finance must be part of Africa's climate strategy. The ocean is our ally in climate mitigation, adaptation, and economic development. It must be valued accordingly, and not just in words, but in funding. We also join the call for reform global financial system, one that reflects climate vulnerability, supports innovation, and enables small island states to access finance without sinking deeper into debt. Excellencies, Africa's strength lies in its diversity, from its deserts to its deltas, from its forests to its seas. Let us protect it. Let us build a future where African leadership on land and at sea shapes a better world for all. Seychelles is committed to that vision, and we stand ready to work with you all to make it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Seychelles. I'm told Madagascar has withdrawn, so Seychelles was our last speaker on the list. Ethiopia wants to take the floor. Talvez Ethiopia can use the opportunity. I don't know if it's Ethiopia or the AU Commission is going to do so. If there is any announcement to do, to make, please let me know for tomorrow. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Chair, Excellency, for giving Ethiopia the floor to deliver its right of reply. The Egyptian representative, once again, and unfortunately, targeted the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam on this day of the Second Africa Climate Summit and on the eve of the inauguration of this monumental flagship project. Africa's development needs to be supported by clean and renewable energy. The GERD is a project intended for producing clean energy, and the project does not cause any impact at all on low riparian states, as confirmed by multiple studies. Indeed, this mega project is the first major tangible work to correct historical wrongs, including colonial-era treaties on international shared water courses. The GERD is a flagship project, a pride of Africa, built exclusively through the innovative domestic financing. The GERD is energy treasure of all riparian countries that fosters regional integration and shared prosperity. We have been asking our Egyptian brothers to join the force to create a commission, a water commission, like all rivers around the world, and to use the CFA. We're still urging them to join that. Over the past 14 years, Ethiopia has opened its doors for negotiations with Egypt to ensure win-win cooperation on equitable utilization of the Nile. Ethiopia also shares more than 150 design and study documents of GERD with Egypt for the sake of transparency. However, as a result of Egypt's intransigence on maintaining a colonial-era treaty denying upper riparian states the right to use the waters for their development, the negotiation is stalled. Therefore, Ethiopia categorically rejects this unfounded and baseless accusation by the Egyptian delegation against the GERD. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, we Africans need to uphold good faith within ourselves. So, in the interest and for the respect we have to this august body, we'd like to explain that the original date for the inauguration of the GERD was September 20. But many of the delegations that were invited to attend had to attend the UNGA 80th annual session, as you know. So we had to change this date in the interest of delegations. However, we believe that it will be a very auspicious occasion as well to connect something as grand as the GERD, which is a clean project and which doesn't harm the low riparian countries, to this very important climate summit. So by good faith we mean is this. So Excellencies, I hope this has explained the situation, because the Egyptian delegation is making use of these allegations whatever chance they get. So we had to take time to respond. And if I may, Chair, and if you allow me, I don't see the Secretariat from the African Union Commission, so I might be obliged to explain on how The day will be tomorrow, if you allow me, of course, Chair. But if the Secretariat are here, we are willing to leave the floor. Thank you.
I was not following you again for the last minute, the last words.
May I repeat,
Have you
Chair?
finished?
Yes, Chair, I have finished, but Excellency, you mentioned that you would like to know who will announce
Exactly.
about tomorrow.
Exactly.
We are looking for the AU Secretariat here. If there is someone, of course, they will take the floor. Otherwise, as a host country, if you allow us, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay.
No? Egypt, if it is a point of order, so let's have order. We know already, Egypt. Yes, but colleagues, let's not make it a ping-pong issue, a ping-pong session. Ethiopia, have you finished on the announcements? It's over. You are finished. Okay. Good. Well, Egypt is asking for the floor. 2 minutes, Egypt. I want just to warn everyone, this is not the place. Yeah, this is not the right place to address this issue.
Thank you, Chair. We were not planning to go and use our right to respond, but based on the comments made by the distinguished delegate from Ethiopia, let me highlight the following. We reviewed Ethiopia's exploitation of international forums to promote contentious projects and saw division among African unity, and pointing out Ethiopia's deliberate use of continental and global events held on its soil to advance internal agendas and divisive policies, which should not be encouraged. We express regret that the African Climate Summit coincides with the celebration of launching of the dam, which has failed to consider the impact studies necessary to safeguard the environmental integrity of the shared river system. Ethiopia has refused to conduct the required environmental assessments to ensure the dam does not harm the water resource shared with other basin countries, highlighting that Ethiopia has disregarded international law and adopted a unilateral approach to constructing its dam in violation of all relevant international legal principles, including the 2015 Declaration of Principles and the UN Security Council Presidential Statement of September 2021. Furthermore, Ethiopia has sabotaged negotiations over the years, including those mediated by the African Union. We emphasize that Egypt has diligently pursued over nearly 13 years a balanced and peaceful statement to the Ethiopian dam issue, during which Egypt presented multiple exemplary solutions that would benefit Ethiopia while taking into account the concerns of the downstream countries, Egypt and Sudan. However, these efforts have not yielded results due to the Ethiopia's obstruction, delay, and lack of political will to reach a genuine agreement, preferring instead to impose a fait accompli and exploit the dam politically for internal or regional purposes, leading to the end of negotiations in December 2023. We express rejections of Ethiopia's unilateral measures and its narrative claiming that Egypt opposes development in the Nile Basin countries, and clarifying that when Ethiopia's dam plan were presented in the 1960s, including the current dam with a storage capacity of 14 billion cubic meters, Egypt supported Ethiopia's request for construction when approaching the World Bank. This refutes allegations, especially since Ethiopia later changed the dam specifications unilaterally, diverging from the previously approved design, pointing out that Ethiopia appears determined to continue in its unilateral construction and policy decisions in the coming period for domestic political reason, which is entirely rejected without coordination with the downstream countries and without adherence to the applicable international legal principles. Above all, the principles of no harm, cooperation, and conducting economic, social, environmental impact studies. Egypt affirms that transboundary cooperation has become a major challenge and that Egypt's demands regarding the Nile, particularly the application of international law governing shared rivers, are common practice in many river systems. The Nile should not be an exception, especially since such unilateral actions will negatively impact water resources. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Well, unluckily, you made a new statement. Not just to advise, if it's not the platform, dear brothers and sisters, we have our own mechanism. Let's use them. Is the last, I think the announcement has been made by Ethiopia Secretariat of the AU Commission. Any announcement? Will you please come up?
Thank you so much, Excellency Chair. Thank you, All Excellencies, all protocols observed. For tomorrow, we have circulated the Annex 2, Day 2, 9 September 2025. Of course, upon consultation, I understand there are more events which keep changing or amended. However, what I'm reading is what the Office of Secretary to the Commission had and has already been circulated. We have leaders, fireside chat on adaptation and resilience building in Africa from 9 a.m. to 10 hours. Then we have, under that, we have making the global goal on adaptation work for Africa. There's a specific room there. Secondly, transforming Africa's food systems for climate resilience systems and agroecology. There's also a room indicated there. The third event under that is enhancing climate change, adaptation and resilience through South-to-South technological innovation. After that, there's a fourth item, climate, mobility, peace and security in Africa. Thereafter, we'll have adaptation and development amidst declining order, making an economic case. There's also a specific room. Sixth item is anticipating drought, accelerating early warning, getting Africa ready for the next drought, and the one after. The seventh item is reforming trade and investment frameworks to support economic and climate resilience in Africa. The eighth item for tomorrow will be linking adaptation with just transition, including job creation, healthy and social protection. The ninth item is locally led adaptation. After that, there will be high-level session on climate adaptation financing, and this will run from 11:30 to 13 hours. This will be African ministers' ministerial session. Thereafter, we'll have closed session in room M1. Consultation on ACS2 declaration by heads of state and government and heads of delegation. After that, there will be continuation of panel events. Under that, the 10th item will be collaborative solutions leveraging AI for resilient agriculture, energy, and risk systems in Africa. The 11th item will be amplifying youth voices to reshape climate politics. The 12th item will be Africa's energy bottleneck, a new facility to unleash M300 of clean power. 13th item will be green urban design, water resilience, and circular city models. 14th item will be delivering adaptation and building resiliency at scale and what African leadership looks like. 15th item will be leveraging fintech to close the adaptation gap. Thereafter, we shall have technical dialogue on the early warning system for Africa, followed by scaling and financing country platforms to deliver results to finance loss and damage. Last but one, there will be financing adaptation at scale in Africa. Then finally, we shall have gender and youth response adaptation action. I submit, Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So this announcement ends our meeting for tonight already. So we see you tomorrow then. Meeting is closed.
Please return your interpretation equipments to the nearest stations. Thank you. Please return your interpretation equipments to the nearest stations. Thank you. Please return your interpretation equipments to the nearest stations. Thank you. Please return your interpretation equipments to the nearest stations. Thank you. Please return your interpretation equipments to the nearest stations. Thank you. Please return your interpretation equipments to the nearest stations. Thank you. Please return your interpretation equipments to the nearest stations. Thank you.